that we collectively adopted the Pact for the Future and its annexes, the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration of Future Generations. This historic achievement reinforces our collective resolve to address pressing global challenges while embracing shared opportunities. Africa was indeed privileged to play an active role in shaping the processes leading to the Summit of the Future by co-facilitated the Global Digital Compact and the Pact for the Future. Namibia's co-facilitation of this crucial negotiation alongside our esteemed partner Germany highlights our shared values and vision for a future where cooperation and collective action transcend geographical and political boundaries. It was inspiring to witness diverse voices converge, each contributing unique representatives and ideas to forge a path forward. Our role as co-facilitators not only allowed us to amplify our voices, but also to strengthen our resolve to advocate for the needs of developing nations, particularly those in the African region. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate this accomplishment, we must also acknowledge the profound responsibilities it carries. The Pact for the Future is not merely a document, it is a transformative commitment born out of our understanding that humanity's challenges demand unprecedented levels of global cooperation as fundamental pillars of our national and international identity. The challenges we face, climate change, inequality, and poverty are too vast for any single nation to tackle alone. Therefore, we are fully committed to implementing the principles of the Pact for the Future. We understand that effective implementation requires strategic action, robust governance, and active engagement from all sectors of society. Moving forward, Namibia aims to promote inclusive policies that advance the sustainable development goals. In a world rapidly evolving due to technological advancement, we recognize the imperative of innovation. Namibia is investing in renewable energy and creating green jobs that empower our people while protecting our planet. We believe that harnessing this advancement is essential to driving sustainable solutions that benefit all. Ultimately, the successful implementation of Pact for the Future hinges on the strength of our partnership. We are eager to forge deeper connections with local and international stakeholders, including governments, NGOs, and the private sectors, to create synergies and leverage resources effectively. Understanding that our challenges transcend borders in an increasingly interconnected world, Namibia is committed to engaging with international partners to share best practices, learn from one another, and collectively address our shared challenges. This commitment to collaboration will encompass all sectors, ensuring we harness the full potential of this partnership in our pursuit of sustainable and equitable future. As I conclude, Director of Ceremonies, I want to emphasize that the true measure of our success will be in the effective implementation of the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration of Future Generations. These initiatives will be pivotal in advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Let us move beyond these discussions to action, demonstrating that our principles can lead to powerful transformations. With dedication, passion, and a spirit of cooperation, we can turn the Pact for the Future into a living reality, one that future generations will look upon with gratitude and hope. Thank you once again, and I wish you all fruitful deliberations for the rest of the symposium. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Excellencies, for your presentations. I would now to move quickly and invite His Excellency Pedro Leon Cortes Ruiz, who's the Ambassador of the Republic of Colombia, and he'll tell us a little bit about COP16 to the UN CBD.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Buenos días, Spanish. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the government of Colombia, let me express my gratitude to the government of Kenya for allowing us to be part of this important event. With Kenya, in the past 2 years, we have been agreeing and building a very solid bilateral agenda, including the issues of climate change. With the Special Envoy, we have continued working on that, especially regarding the financial and the reform of the financial mechanisms to address climate change. So thank you very much, and I'm sure we can continue strengthening this work. Thank you to the University of Nairobi. With University of Nairobi, the Embassy of Colombia has been also working, trying to find ways of collaboration. I would like to thank you to the esteemed colleagues, especially Ambassador of Azerbaijan and others delegates that were in charge of organizing COPs last year. I'm sure that the idea of exchanging lessons learned in this context is useful. Sometimes the context in UNEP, in the diplomatic setting, prevent us sometimes to a more free exchange of ideas that is necessary to address these issues. Yes, I think that the leadership of Kenya in organizing this symposium, trying to engage civil society, trying to promote a more public discussion is necessary when we talk about the environmental crisis that we face as humanity. I think that the discussion on the environmental agenda is not just a discussion on environmental issues. I think that when we discuss in the settings of negotiations, sometimes we are reluctant to discuss of the interlinks and connections that environmental issues have with conflicts, with governance, with economy. But that's why it's so important that we can promote and encourage to have this kind of agoras, public spaces to really discuss also these discussions. And especially because environmental issues, especially for those regions and countries of the world that are most affected by climate change, by all the planetary crisis, these communities that are most affected, they are very eager, they have the right to participate, and sometimes it's very difficult, the access of the specific communities to engage in the public discussions in the international system. So I think we share the same vision with this, of this symposium, to engage in a conversation with a broader participation. Actually, I think that was the vision and the approach that we tried, I think with relative success, in organizing COP16. As you know, COP16 was the COP of making peace with nature, and also was the COP of the people. So I will share now some of the most important outcomes from our perspective of COP16. COP16 marked a milestone in the negotiations under Convention on Biological Diversity, COP16. Unprecedented participation from all sectors and stakeholders, including indigenous peoples and local communities, women, youth, civil society, subnational and local authorities, and the business and finance sectors. It demonstrated an extensive institutional effort to create multiple spaces to bring the COP closer to all people. COP16 successfully engaged both the international community and Colombian society in a comprehensive manner, focusing on key negotiation issues through a wide range of parallel events, including scientific, cultural, artistic, and educational activities, as well as trade, handicraft, and gastronomic fairs, commercial events, business engagements, and tourism visits, among others. For those who had the opportunity to be at COP16, you can share that it was a very transformative event for the city and for the country. In terms of organization, as you already know, we have the venue in which all the negotiations took place, but we also organized a very big area in the city that precisely allows to develop all these kind of opportunities. From the perspective of Colombia, it was the best way to really engage the whole society in the discussions. Even if there were a lot of technical and complicated discussions, all people in the city of Cali during the COP16 were talking about COP16. So that was a very success from our perspective. Additionally, COP16, we, Colombia, proposed and launched what we call the Global Coalition for Peace with Nature. To date, this initiative has received the support of 24 countries, 2 international organizations, 38 civil society organizations, and over 14,000 individuals. This coalition remains open to new endorsements over the next 2 years, during which Colombia will hold the presidency of the COP, of the CBD COP. So it's an invitation to consider that you join this initiative. Going to the outcomes, and I say achievements, and I will begin with that it was most close to the spirit of COP of the people. As you know, here in Nairobi in May, we had very deep and difficult discussions in the context of the SOBSTA and SBI meetings of the CBD. The outcomes of this discussion in Nairobi were the ones the inputs for the negotiations in Cali. And one of them was regarding Article HG, about traditional knowledge, participation of indigenous and local communities. So as you remember, those who were in Nairobi, the expectation was first to establish the previous former working group as a subsidiary body of the Article HG, to have a new program of work for this Article HG, And I think these two decisions that were taken in Cali, confirming that now we have a subsidiary body with a new work program, was a very contentious negotiation, but finally the consensus was agreed to get that. And regarding a specific initiative initially led by Colombia and Brazil was the inclusion of the recognition of the contributions of people of African descent in the conservation of biodiversity. This is a separate decision under the decisions related to Article HG. And those who were in Cali, when these decisions related to Article HG were taken, it was like a, how can you say that, a fiesta? It was a party that it exploded the plenary. So I think that this set of decisions related to Article HG signal and market are very important, were very important, not just for governments, diplomats, but I think for civil society, indigenous, local communities, and in the case of the countries of the Americas, especially the people of African descent. So just to go very quick in some detail, because I think it's important, the new program of work outlines the guidelines and objectives for the coming decade concerning the knowledge, innovations, and practices of the indigenous and local communities that embody traditional lifestyles for the conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity. I have to say, being part of the Colombian delegation in charge of negotiation, that it was very difficult, but given the status of the world, it was very inspiring that despite all the difference among countries, we were able to navigate from very distant positions to find consensus. So I think to keep faith in multilateralism, especially in environmental multilateralism, in the way we do in Nairobi, we have to keep the hope in that and the faith, because it's difficult, but it works. Now going to a different decision, the decision adopting the modalities for the operation of the multilateral mechanisms for the fair and equitable sharing of benefits from the use of digital sequence information, DSI, or genetic resources. So this decision includes the creation of what is called now the Cali Global Fund, established to centralize financial contributions from DSI users. Large commercial entities that benefit from DSI should contribute a percentage of their profits to the fund. The fund will support biodiversity conservation and scientific research in developing countries, while also benefiting indigenous peoples and local communities. Other decisions and issues that were discussed that were of particular interest of Colombia as new president of the Code include recognition of the intrinsic link between climate change and biodiversity loss. That's nexus between the two conventions calling for greater coordination. I think this kind of discussion is the kind of discussion we require to promote, to encourage beyond the settings of negotiations at UNEP. Other decision is the adoption of the decision of the enhanced process for the identification of ecologically or biologically significant marine areas, adoption of the Global Action Plan on Biodiversity and Health, which embraces the One Health approach to integrate biodiversity and health linkages into national policies and programs. As Colombia, for us, was very important to present in line with the goals of the Community Montreal, our national diversity strategy and action plan. As our country has updated these instruments to define strategies and actions to address threats to biodiversity, promote conservation and sustainable use of nature, and achieve specific conservation targets for 2014 as part of the commitments under the Community Montreal World Global Biodiversity Framework 44 countries submitted national biodiversity strategies and action plans at COP16. As you know, the COP was suspended the final day due to the lack of quorum. So there are pending debates, debate on pending issues that will continue in the resumed in-person session to be held in Roma in 2 weeks, 25 to 27 February in Rome, Italy. These second resumed sessions will focus on issues of resource mobilization and financial mechanisms, as well as mechanisms for planning, monitoring, reporting, and review of the Common Montreal Framework, and cooperation with international organizations and bodies established under other conventions. I think the evaluation and even the feelings of those participating in Cali when we were not able to finish, there were mixed feelings. There are still important decisions to take. On some of decisions, most feel that we have achieved at least a minimum consensus, but there are still very contentious issues. So I think that in terms of the spirit of this symposium, it's important to really promote the public debate about that. It's not something that is just an issue for diplomats and for governments. So because discussions on financing, on distribution of benefits, of interconnection between the environmental crisis, there are issues that are at the center of most of the conflicts, but also opportunities that most of the countries we're having related to environmental issues. So I again applaud the initiative of promoting this kind of public deliberation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Now I'd like to call upon His Excellency Sultan Hajiev, the Ambassador of the Republic of Azerbaijan, who will tell us about COP29 and the UNFCCC.
Yes. Thank you, moderator. Is it good morning? No, not anymore. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me, first of all, greet once again all the excellencies, all the distinguished representatives. I would like to congratulate the government of Kenya and the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs in particular, as well as all the other organizers, on putting forward these important initiatives that we have the pleasure of supporting. As crucial as COPs and other major international events are, what's happening in between is also extremely important. That's why I would like to echo one of the last remarks of the ambassador, of His Excellency Ambassador of Colombia, who said it's important to keep the dialogue going. We need to keep the point alive. Also would like to thank His Excellencies Ambassadors of Germany and Namibia for briefing us on the Pact of the Future. I think what's behind this important document is a clear understanding that without the issues related to environment addressed, there will be no future for anyone. Speaking of the COP29, which took place in Baku, and yes, this was already almost 3 months ago, time flies, we were honored to host this important conference. And even so, decision on Azerbaijan hosting COP29 was made a bit less than the usual time span for making decisions and making preparations. We tried to make sure that this event is as successful as it could be. Well, some people say glass is always half full, half empty. We do focus on the part of the glass which is full, because we believe that despite all the challenges, we were able to accomplish quite a bit. And when saying we don't refer to Azerbaijan as a host country, of course. It's something we did together. There is a very artistic proverb in Swahili. I'll not try to repeat it in the native language, but it's something that I really like when they say, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. So we work closely with the international community, guided by the slogan of In Solidarity for a Green World. And the most important, the most significant milestone of the conference was for the new collective quantified goal on climate finance. I mean, we fully agree this may not be sufficient, yet we were able to arrive at 300 billion in climate finance from developed to developing countries. And this is 3 times higher than 100 billion climate finance goal set in 2009. Of course, so much more is needed. I know I'm repeating myself, but this is the best we could do, and we have arrived at this decision through quite intense negotiations, and our Kenyan friends were an important part of that negotiations. I'm very glad that Mr. Ali Mohammed, special representative on climate issues, is here, and Kenyan delegation was very actively engaged on a wide range of related issues during COP. So the COP29 has also ended the decade-long wait for the conclusion of Article 6 negotiations on high integrity carbon markets. I have to read this part because I'm afraid I'll not be able to otherwise convey the message correctly. So financial flows from the compliant carbon markets could reach 1 trillion per year by 2050, and they also have the potential to reduce the cost of implementing national climate plans by 250 billion US dollars per year. So when combined, the Baku Finance Goal and Article 6 will change the global climate finance architecture by redirecting investments to the developing world. Another important decision was to fully operationalize a loss and damage fund, which developing countries, including small islands, least developed and African states, have been eagerly awaiting. And this aligns with the priorities set by our head of state, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev, to address the challenges posed by climate change impacts on small island states under the COP29 presidency. Other decisions include Baku Adaptation Roadmap, agreement to hold the Baku High-Level Dialogue on Adaptation at future COPs on an annual basis. We also launched the Technology Implementation Program. We approved Baku Work Plan for the platform on local communities and indigenous people. This is for years 25 and 27. The above-mentioned decisions of COP29 were officially referred to and branded as Baku Climate Unity Pact. I'll skip some of the further details. Let me touch upon a few other important elements that we believe are crucial when we're looking back at the results of COP29. Alongside delivering a balanced package of negotiated priorities, we also launched 14 global initiatives and 7 regional initiatives under the COP29 presidency agenda. The COP Truth Initiative, supported by over 130 countries, highlights the vital link between peace, stability, and climate action. We also witnessed important progress on gender integration into climate action framework. We worked very closely with NGO communities to ensure inclusivity, and there were 5 international events and 54 side events that took place under COP29. So we believe this was an important landmark for multilateralism and climate diplomacy, delivering important agreements that will be shaping global climate action for decades to come. Another element that I would like to highlight is the issue of intrinsic link between climate change and urban development was mentioned this morning. So as we will be hosting World Urban Forum in 2026, we have already introduced quite a number of elements referring to or bringing together these important events. My country refers fully committed to continue COP-related and climate change-related journeys. We are actively participating in From Baku to Belém platform. We're also looking forward to share our experience and to continue working on this issue of crucial importance. Thank you so very much. I think I'll stop here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to call upon the Deputy Permanent Representative to the UNEP and Embassy of Republic of Korea, where INC 5 was hosted, Mr. Yang Sung-yoon.
Good afternoon, Excellency and colleague and everyone. First, I would like to thank the MFA of the Republic of Kenya and Nairobi University to preparing this symposium. My name is Sung-Yeon Chung. I'm serving as the DPR to UNEP, UN Habitat and Korean Embassy. The topic I'll be presenting today is the IH5 outcomes, and the presentation is composed of the four parts. The first is background and outlook, background and progress, and second IH5 summary, and third key issue. The first outlook. Let me start the first background and the progress of plastic negotiations. In response to the worsening pollution of soil and ocean due to plastic, the fifth UNEA adopted a resolution to promote the international agreement on plastic pollution response. Its target for completion by the end of 2024. You know that plastic pollution is very serious. The 430 million tons are produced globally every year. Plastic is very useful material in many ways, but during the production process, it emits greenhouse gases equivalent to 3.4% of global greenhouse gas emission, and it remains in nature for a long time without decomposing, destroying the ecosystem and treating the earth and the human health. So after the UNEA resolution, the working group meeting was held to prepare for the intergovernmental negotiation committee. So next, from the first and the fourth INC was held, and the last year, the November 25 to December 2, IH5 was held in Busan, the Republic of Korea. The government delegations and international organizations, industry and civil group, and etc. Approximately 3,000 people attend the meeting. And the important summary regarding text negotiations, based on the chairman's proposal, we call the non-paper, which was significantly more simplified than the existing negotiation text. They negotiated with that, and negotiation by 4 subcommittees was conducted as the contact group. Unfortunately, negotiation ended without being able to narrow the difference in key issues, such as whether polymers production should be regulated, how to raise financial resources, and etc. But meanwhile, progress was made in areas such as plastic product design, plastic waste management, and implementation of the agreement and measures to improve effectiveness. About the 29 provisions of 32 was agreed. And so the meeting finished with the general decision. they decide to hold an additional meeting in 2025 and continue negotiation based on the chairman's fifth proposal. Reference, the INC chairman presents the first to third proposal through senior representative meeting from September to November 2024, and the fourth and fifth proposal by the reflecting the discussion during the INC 5 period. Next is the key issue. I select the 5. Regarding product and chemicals, EU, Central and South America and Africa are in the position that the stronger regulation on chemical substance need. Setting, for example, setting identification standards for global regulation and the removal deadlines of the hazardous chemicals. But Russia, Iran, Saudi Arabia are unable to accept the chemical regulation. The chemical regulation, the reason is that the chemical regulation is outside of delegated authorities and is already managed in other agreements, such as Rotterdam Convention and Basel Convention, and then the next, the polymer. Regarding polymer production, EU, Central and South America, Africa, and small island countries argue for setting international reduction target. Meanwhile, Russia and Saudi Arabia, Iran insist on the delegating the debt clause. The United States and Japan and China are in position to accept an declaratory level clause stating will strive to achieve sustainable levels of production and consumption. The next is financial resources. EU, Canada, and etc. prefer voluntary contribution from all parties and the use of existing funds. It's like the GEF. So donation obligation and common but differentiated responsibility, CBTRs are unacceptable for this country. But Africa and Central and South America, India insist on obligation to support developing countries and establishment of new multilateral funds. Regarding CBDR principle, developed countries are opposing the obligation to provide financial support because the historical responsibility of plastic metals is unlike the existing environmental conventions such as climate change, which is why the CBDR principle maintains a negative stance on acceptance. The last one is the decision-making method. The Russia, Saudi Arabia, India insisting that all decision-making methods should be a consensus, but it's incomplete with the majority of the country that support majority voting. The last one is outlook. The negotiation condition is that the social and economic structure and the industrial policy of each country is in relation to the regulation of chemical and polymer productions are different, and the position about financial resources are various. So the possibility of prompt compromise between groups in additional negotiation isn't high. Also, there is a possibility that the future negotiation will continue to drift over the scope of the regulation. In my opinion, for sign on agreement, first, the important thing is consensus and compromise. The consensus of the necessity of an urgent response to plastic pollution and concession to region agreement for global environment. And I think it is significant to strategic approach. For example, conclude negotiations in areas where agreement is possible, such as plastic products design and waste management, and gradually strengthen the relevant normative system based on scientific evidence. Actually, it is very difficult to it is very difficult to predict how the negotiation will flow. But I hope the member state and the stakeholder and all peoples will make a wise decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I now wish to call upon Siha Mursabit, the Deputy Ambassador, Embassy of the Kingdom of Morocco here in Nairobi, and she will be telling us about the 6th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly.
Good morning or good afternoon, Your Excellencies. It's a great pleasure for the Kingdom of Morocco to be invited to take part to the Nairobi Environment Symposium, which is part of the 60 years celebration of 60 years of Kenya's environment diplomacy. Your Excellencies, ambassadors, Excellencies, dignitaries from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Kenya, distinguished colleague, which I do recognize here in this room, good afternoon to you. I was asked to brought to you some of the highlights of UNIA 6, which is the United Nations Environment Assembly work during its 6th session, which basically lasted for 2 years, from 2022 to 2024, the chairmanship and leadership of the Kingdom of Morocco. So it will be my pleasure to give you some of these highlights. I will try to limit myself to 5 minutes given to me by organizers. And main highlights of this, and I think some of previous panelists spoke about the really difficult time and context that we are living in. And UNIA 6 was also marked, intervened in a context marked by the triple urgency of climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, but also the other environmental challenges such as drought, desertification, land degradation, to only name a few. Another highlight that UNI 6 has offered to the world, the greatest opportunity to come together without being distracted with all of these existing crises and conflicts, and to lay the foundation for a brighter future to our planet and humanity. Indeed, UNIA 6 has demonstrated the effectiveness of multilateralism, which is the bedrock of all global progress. To drive effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral actions to address environmental pressing challenges and deliver solutions to slow down the triple planetary crisis and the other environmental challenges which I have mentioned, and which are really important, specifically for countries from the global south And I mean by that drought, desertification, and land degradation, because they have a direct impact on food security and on the sustainability of livelihoods. Another major highlight of UNIA 6 is that we had the opportunity to work in a very united way. We were guided by the principle of inclusivity, which means that the work went actually beyond of governments to include the voices of civil society, the voices of youth, the voices of women, of farmers, industry, private sector, as well as indigenous people and local communities, and of course, academia and scientists. And so, of course, we worked in a united way, but of course, we had to brave all the difficulties that came in our way. It was not an easy exercise, but we managed to deliver. And UNIA 6, thanks to this collective work and hard effort, succeeded in delivering very important outcomes that translated in 15 resolutions. Well, initially there were 19, but because of these difficulties, they ended up to be 15, and a ministerial declaration. I would like to say a few words as they constitute one of the important outcomes and takeaways of UNIA 6. With regard to the ministerial declaration, which the Kingdom of Morocco had the honor and the privilege to lead, engaging with you all, with all the countries, but also with the major group and civil society. Ministerial declaration, which is more of a political nature, it is a very important outcome, and this is for two reasons. First, it affirmed for the first time all the principles of the Rio Declaration on Environment and Development. It emphasized the need to strengthen the bonds between science and policy making, and underlines the international community's strong intent to slow climate change, to restore nature and land, to create a pollution-free world, and to address drought, desertification, land degradation, and deforestation. Second element is that the ministerial declaration provided a set of actions. It was indeed an action-oriented ministerial declaration, and those set of actions gave the needed boost to reinforce collective action to address the triple planetary crisis and other challenges, including the recognition of the need to scale up means of implementation, to support developing countries in their struggle to meet the objectives, but also to implement the agreed upon, already taken commitments towards the conclusion of, and to engage to implement agreed upon conventions and multilateral agreements, and engage constructively towards the conclusion of a binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. The ministerial declarations came to give this strong impetus to operate the right changes and to ensure the right to a safe, healthy environment to everyone. It is crucial for the sustainable development of our world. With regard to the 15 adopted resolutions, they have covered very important aspects, such as circularity, the sustainable management of metals and minerals needed for the transition to net zero, environment assistance and recovery during and after conflicts, the sound management of chemicals and waste to protect human health and our environment, the promotion of air quality to address air pollution, and as well as to manage the risks of the use of hazardous pesticides and their impact on agricultures, as well as measures to address environmental challenges of sand and dust storms, on desertification, land degradation, and restoration, and on enhancing the role and viability of regional forums, of environment ministers, and UNEP regional offices. Also, effective and inclusive solutions for strengthening water policy to achieve sustainable development, and as well as measures to strengthen ocean efforts, of course, in the context of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Of course, these multilateral achievements, reiterated in the ministerial declaration, gave UNEP and its regional offices additional responsibilities to help ensure that these resolutions are implemented at the regional and national level. Ladies and gentlemen, UNIA 6 endeavors were not limited to to the negotiation of resolution or to the adoption of the ministerial declaration. Indeed, one of the other big takeaways of UNIA 6 was also the organization of the first multilateral Environment Agreements Day, where for the first time, environmental conventions and agreement gathered in Nairobi, providing rich discussions they have recognized actually the need to promote synergies and cooperation between the different MEAs and between UNEP and the MEAs, so that to allow for an efficient implementation at the national level. And to that effect, there were also two resolutions that touched upon these synergies and also to foster national action to implement the MEAs at the national level. Other focus of UNIA 6 is the role of science and the political resolve and the engagement of civil society and other stakeholders in backing the work undertaken by UNEP to shape the global environmental policy. Another highlight to be noted is that UNIA 6 paid a big tribute to the youth who engaged fully in the preparations of the Assembly, the 6th session of the Assembly, but also who worked relentlessly at its margins and during the session. And as the Moroccan presidency of UNIA 6, it was our pride to see that the ministerial declaration has welcomed this important work by the youth, and for the first time in history, the role of the Youth Environmental Assembly in fostering active youth participation in multilateral environment governments. And we hope that UNIA 7, under the leadership of Sultanate Oman, will continue the trend by involving the youth in its work. UNIA 6 also featured a series of leadership and multi-stakeholder dialogues, and we had something like more than 30 side events that were equally important, covering different aspects of environment management. And one of them that was actually organized by Morocco was on soil health, which gained a great interest, particularly that the discussions were centered on how to sustain food security through nutrient solutions to restore soil health. Last but not least, if I try to sum up all of these takeaways and highlights of UNIA 6, I will say that UNIA 6 reinforced the need for a stronger multilateral collaboration where countries committed to work together to meet the global climate goals, to protect biodiversity, to reduce pollution, to address desertification, drought, land degradation and deforestation through shared initiatives to protect nature and to help economies go stronger. UNIA 6 also puts science at the forefront of decisions. This will provide, of course, for sound and efficient national policies to address all of these environmental challenges. In this summary, I wanted to talk as well about the important element of providing sustained financing through enhanced also efforts to increase financial resources so that this means we'll be able to boost the climate action, the biodiversity protection, and pollution control, particularly in the global south. The ambition of UNIA 6, ladies and gentlemen, was to make a real transformative change for the people and the planet. It was a turning point in the global environmental agenda, with nations reaffirming their commitment to tackling the intertwined crises and in achieving the environmental objectives set in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Finally, and as the world faces increasingly complex environmental challenges, UNIA 6 marked an important step forward in ensuring that global efforts align with the urgency of the crisis at hand, providing hope for a sustainable future for all. I thank you.
Thank you. It's almost lunchtime, so I can see on your faces you're looking hungry and tired, but I promise we'll be done soon, and then you can go and eat. So I'd like to call upon Her Excellency Nasra Al-Hashmi, who is the ambassador of the Sultanate of Oman, to present on the preparations on the 7th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly, which we've been told will be in December this year. So she'll tell us about that.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I know everyone is already tired. I will try to be short and brief. First of all, I'd like to thank the government of Kenya for inviting the Embassy of Sultanate of Oman in Nairobi for opening the Nairobi Environment Diplomacy Symposium. Dear Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in beginning, I will try to explain why Oman is taking care for environment and why it's very important for Oman. Oman how we are taking care from beginning of 70s, more than 50 years now. Oman is regarded as an environment leader in the Middle East in 1974. 2 years after the Stockholm Environment Summit, the first government agency for environment present was established in the country. The first environment law was issued in the same time, and the first natural reserve for mangrove tree was declared, and it is remained in the law of the capital of Muscat these days. Since then, Oman has continued to promise the environment in the development plan. More recently, Oman announced its national plan for zero naturally in 2050 as the date of achieve it. We have also issued a resolution to prohibit the use of single use of the plastic bags, and we are working hard to promote the production of renewable energy, solar and wind. Emphasize of our UNIA 7, Oman assumed the chairmanship. And before I resume of Oman chairmanship, I would like to thank the Kingdom of Morocco of their excellent work of UNIA 6. Thank you, Morocco. Oman assumed the chairmanship of UNIA 7 for Asia and Pacific Group after the election carried on the last day of the UNIA 6 session, which was held from 26 February to 1st of March in Nairobi, 2024. Immediately, a technical support team was formed internally to support the president and serve as main focal point between the UNEP, secretary, member state, and stockholder, and the presidency. Oman led very effective consultation on defining UNIA theme, was ensured as a March effective consultation was different with the different stakeholders. UNIA 7 presidents announced very open consultation with all member states and stakeholders to define the UNIA 7 theme. The final decision on the theme was advancing sustainable solution for a resilient planet, and was trying to make it very short and easy to catch it. Was taken by the UNIA Bureau during the joint meeting of the Bureau of the UNIA and the CPR on 11 December 2024. Oman will work diligently to build on the outcome of the first Military Environment Agreement, MEIA Day, which held at UNIA 6. Our presidency will pay special attention to the regional formers of the ministers of the environment and civilian society. Consultation organized by the UNEP, which will help member states and stakeholders prepare their perspective and task from UNIA 7 in December 2025. Oman, as UNIA 7 presidency, will also look at digital transformation and artificial intelligence and their role in advancing solutions to protect the planet. The presidency also encouraged member states to submit draft resolution which can have impact on the ground and make available funds for their resolution implementations. UNIA will also adopt UNEP's new medium-term strategy for 2026-2029 and the program of work and budget for 2026-2027, and will guide UNEP member states and present in the monitoring and implementation of UNIA mandate. Oman, as UNIA 7 presidency, working with the UNEP and the stockholder to review process of resolution governors and a term of implementation and follow-up, and enhance cooperation between UNEP, UNIA, and the MEAs. From 2nd to 3rd of July in 2025, Oman will host all UNIA 7 Bureau members and CPR members in a joining meeting in Salalah, preparation for UNIA 7. Discussion the outcome from informal ministerial declaration consultation as well as the guidelines of draft resolution submission. The presidency will endorse the preparation of all stakeholders in ministerial declaration preparation, and the agreed roadmap has been sent to all member states and stockholders. Informing member states and all stockholders have their inputs to the ministerial declaration, which will then go through process with timeless sitting from. A zero draft will be submitted from 21st of February until the end of 30 April. And the first draft will be announced in 30 of May to 30 of June. The reserved first draft, it will be in 29 of August to 30 of September. The final draft, it will be from 17 of October to 4th of November. The reserved final draft, 27 November 2025, of consideration at the 7th meeting of open-ended CPR 7. and from 8 to 12 December, adopt of the draft ministerial declaration by consensus during the high-level segment of UNIA 7. Thank you to you all. Asante sana.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, for the last person in this session, to close this session, I'd like to call on His Excellency Arnaud Souquet, Ambassador of France to Kenya and the Permanent Representative to UNEP and UN Habitat.
Asante sana. Baraza la waheshimiwa, baraza la mabalozi, mabibi na mabwana, hamjamboni nyote. Habari za mchana. Mimi sitaki kuongea mambo mingi kwa sababu watu wana njaa, si ndio? Lakini jambo la kwanza ningependa kushukuru Wizara ya Mambo ya Nje ya Kenya kwa mzungumzo mzuri na muhimu kuhusu mazingira. Asante. So I'll try to be very brief, as you understood. First, it's also a pleasure here to be in the University of Nairobi, and I'd like to pay tribute to the big names who have graduated from the university, and I have a special thought for the late Wangari Maathai, the Nobel Peace Prize from Kenya, who has also been a fantastic environment defender. I'd like to just say a few words on the UNOC, which is an acronym which stands for the United Nations Ocean Conference that France will host together with Costa Rica this summer from the 9th or 13th of June. And this conference is the third of its kind. I'd like also to pay tribute to both Portugal and Kenya, who has been involved in the last UN conference, so we're building on the existing work that has been done. No need to say that the ocean is a common good. The benefits of the ocean are invaluable, and I think I don't need to dwell into that for the environment, for the biodiversity, but it also provides livelihood, incomes, and job for a lot of people. But our ocean, because this is our common good, is at risk, as you know. The symptoms are there. The water of the ocean are becoming warmer. There's the rise of the level of oceans. The coral reefs are bleaching. More species of fishes are being overfished. Biodiversity is lost, etc., etc. So I don't need to give more example. So we need collectively to act now to protect our ocean, and that's the ambition of this UNOC, UN Conference on Ocean. What are the so it will be a conference at the level of heads of states, but, and I think that has been said by other speakers in terms of multilateral diplomacy and engagement in environment, the voice of the leaders are needed, but they are not enough. So we will have also representatives from civil society, from businesses, youth, but also from local governments, coastal governments, who are also facing more accurately those challenges. So we hope, it's a UN conference, so all heads of state will be invited, and we hope to have the critical mass in terms of leadership to endorse various documents, political declaration, action plan. But let me just, that's more procedural, but let me sort of highlight what will be, inshallah, the main deliverables of the conference. There's one that is very immediate, is the need to reinforce the protection of the high seas. 3 years ago, the United Nations adopted a treaty to protect and regulate the high seas. It's called, under the acronym, it's a bit of a barbaric acronym, called BBNG. Sorry. I think by the time of this conference in June, we would like, and if it's an appeal to all of you, to all your governments, we would like to have 60 countries who have ratified the treaty, because we need those 60 ratification to get the treaty into force. I don't think we are there yet, but I think we need an extra push to do it. I can say as France, we have signed, we have ratified, and yesterday we have deposited within the UN our instrument in New York. So that's a call for all of us to work towards that. Then we would like to see also additional commitments in terms of protecting our seas. You remember, that has been alluded, that the Kunming-Montreal framework has set a global objective to protect 30% of the ocean by 2030. So we would like to see some more announcement during the conference on new marine protected areas on exclusive economic zone. That will be also helping in protecting the ocean. So let me not dwell too much on other deliverable. There will be something about decarbonization of the maritime transport, who is also producing some emissions, and so there will be a discussion on that. There will be also, and I think has been said by the colleague of Korea, perhaps discussion on plastic pollution. And finally, we would like to see also some progress on advancing knowledge and science on the ocean. And we'd like to launch an international panel on ocean sustainability to provide our decision makers with the best available knowledge. We believe that policy needs to be guided by or enlightened by science. Even political decision is an independent matter, but I think on those issues we will need to be guided by science. Finally, mwisho, kama akasema waziri ya mambo ya nje, lazima diplomasia imeende mashinani, si ndio? So all those muzungumzo wa juu, we would like also to bring it to the ground, mashinani. So in terms of protecting the ocean, we want also to have a discussion here, hapa Kenya, and I think in Mombasa especially. So we'll bring various stakeholders, interested parties, businesses, governors, members of a government for a Mombasa Ocean Conference in May this year, but we can also have an impact on this mazungumzo wa maju, you know. So I all invite you in Mombasa, probably early May. We will confirm that we have a serious conversation mashinani about protecting our ocean. Asante sana.
Asante sana Bwana Balozi. Tunapenda wageni kama wewe wenye mnafika na mnajifunza lugha yetu ili tuweze kuelewana vizuri tukiwasiliana. I hope hata sisi tukikuja huko kwenu tutajifunza lugha yenu. Asante sana. Makofi kwake tena. Great. So we have come to the end of this presentation session, and it has come to my attention that, by the way, some of you might have an outdated copy of the program. So at some point we'll tell you what the actual program looks like. But before we get into that, maybe open the floor for a question, comment. You've listened to 8 people talk to you here. What has stuck with you during those presentations? Something you'd like clarification on? Some of them are still in the room. They might be able to provide more clarity. Anyone with question, comment? Ama mmechoka sana mnasikia njaa? Akili imefunga? Akili imefunga? Baadaye, nasikia mtu ananiambia hapa baadaye ndo mnataka kuongea. No one with a question or comment? Oh, there's a question. Joe. Okay, let me get the microphone to you. Copy your mic. Copy your mic. Yeah. No, you can say your name.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Munene. I work with the Catholic Youth Network for Environmental Sustainability in Africa, and I'm also helping to coordinate the engagement of UNEP major groups and stakeholders in Africa region with a colleague from Senegal. I would like to, first of all, appreciate the intensive work that has gone into putting together the first Nairobi Environmental Diplomacy Symposium. Diplomacia mashinani, as Balozi has put it across, is really an interesting concept. And I would like also to echo the words of the Prime Cabinet Secretary that it should not be an elitist club. So much so that when I reflect on the conversations that have gone around the various multilateral environmental processes that have gone on last year, the year of the triple threat COPs, and UNEA as well, one thing just sticks out in my 10 years plus of involvement in diplomacy, that there is a lot of ease in making recommendations and talking and drafting policy, but there is a bit of difficulty in living the policy. I'd like to highlight the INC5. Contentions loom over the development of an internationally legally binding instrument on plastic pollution. But if you look at the room we are in, the reality of binding ourselves to that is a bit difficult. Colleagues that negotiate on diplomatic matters concerning the eradication of plastic pollution do not have a problem partaking in plastic bottled water. I think we need to bind ourselves first before we can ask our states to bind themselves into an international legally binding instrument. I thank you.
Thank you. So this meeting, we therefore should not have had plastic bottles. Anyone else with a question or comment? Oh, there you are.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good to see you here. And first, of course, very, very big thanks to university for hosting this event. And it would have been very, very nice to have more students here. So perhaps for the next one, we can really have it truly integrated also with students. But my point is that I would like to bring here is about the Pact for the Future. So we heard, I think, from ambassadors of Namibia and Germany about the outcomes of the Pact. And I just wanted to bring to the attention that while we do a lot of work on climate change, and we do more and more work on biodiversity, we need to do a bit more work on pollution because we somehow left it a bit behind. So this is just to remind that the Pact of the Future also speaks of the global chemical framework on chemicals, and that we need to work together to implement it. And perhaps one way to do that is through the global dialogue on chemicals, which we could hold perhaps in New York or Nairobi, but just to bring attention that we should not forget the pollution. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw another hand somewhere. Oh, here. Okay.
It's okay.
Hata hapo kwenye uko ni sawa tu, si
Iko
lazima
sawa,
ukuje huko.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Samuel Kitilewa. I'm a lecturer at the Department of Diplomacy and International Studies in this university. I'm also an environmentalist. And what caught my attention is when the ambassador for France spoke about Mombasa, because that's where I come from. And I would be very much interested to be a partaker of that symposium in Mombasa. And further to that, I want to impress on the importance of, taking care of the mangrove plantation. It's very much plenty in Mombasa. And from the environmental point of view, it plays a great role in protecting the biodiversity in the ocean, because most organisms in the ocean find shelter and a hiding place amongst the mangrove roots. So I want to echo the symposium to take place in Mombasa. Thank you.
Maybe you two should have a chat during lunch,
Yes,
so you can get a VIP invitation.
Thank you.
Yes, and then maybe during the meeting you can sit next to him. Thank you very much. Another comment? Chakula the food is being prepared for you. Chakula kinapakuliwa. So it's not that we're about to skip lunch. We're waiting for the table to be set. You know, the spoons placed in the right place. Once that's ready, we'll release you to go. There's somebody with a question in the back?
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Jude Quach. I'm a fifth year civil engineering student and the former chairperson, University of Nairobi Environment Club. So I just wanted to ask, we are on holiday. We finished our exams last Friday, so that's why most of us are not here. But are there specific areas, specifically, where students can play a part in these specific areas? Thank you.
Okay. I think, where is she? The lady who asked about students. It was you, right? Yeah. You two can connect during lunch, and then she'll tell you more about that. There's another question at the back over there.
Right, good afternoon. My name is Vina, and I had a question. I might have come late, so I didn't really hear, but my question was, what is the future of that Paris Agreement? Because we are talking about reaffirming it, now that Donald Trump has pulled out of that agreement. I quite didn't hear that answer clearly, so I just wanted to ask it again. Thank you.
That sounds like a question for the chairman of the AGN here, but I don't know if he's willing to. She asked about the future of the Paris Agreement in light of the exit of the USA. Would you like to take that? Okay, he says there's a session in the afternoon that you should address that. Okay, I hope you'll be here in the afternoon. Great. Another question? There's a lady here.
Afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Shukriya Mahat. I'm a medical diplomat in Department of Matters of Mental Health. I'm part of the subcommittee for supportive environment and advocacy under the Ministry of Health. And as we discuss, environmental issues, and we discuss agricultural issues, and we discuss all the different issues we have, it all comes down to the mentality. As we have said, we're in an environmental symposium and we're using plastic when we're talking about, preservation of the earth and all that. So it all comes down to a mental perspective, and to be part of rooms where policies that govern humans are being discussed. Let's not forget that the basis and the root cause of all of it comes from a mental perspective, and it's a journey we need to embark on as well as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Thank you. Any other comment? Hapa katikati, in the middle here.
Thank you. My name is Clive Donnelly, Global Coordinator for Children and Youth Major Group to UNEP. First of all, it is really effective to continue having such conversation whereby we can reinforce the power of multilateralism, but also reflecting our people-centered approach in tackling global challenges. As all the speakers have reiterated the challenges and the gaps that we have, it is still critical that, as we know, multilateralism moves slower, but still we need to continue reinforcing, providing more valuable inputs that continue to close all the gaps that are remaining. And also for the gentleman who had inquired about students, I want to say that we have a wider mechanism for children and youth engagement in all
the UNEP and all the UN conventions on the Rio conventions. So over lunchtime, you can also meet up with me if you're interested to have understanding more youth engagement. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Here, right over here. This.
I'm Jeremy Ajay. I'm a student at this university, and I was quite impressed by the Korea's envoy presentation on plastic waste and how we should manage it, because there has to be a really intentional conservation mechanism in place in order for us to eradicate this problem once and for all. Plastic production might not be the major problem, but what happens afterwards, after the products have been used, is the bigger problem to deal with, because essentially we can't just assume that we're going to get rid of all the plastics that are being produced. So a couple of colleagues and I had an amazing idea on collecting waste on campus, and we are looking for creative means in which we can use this waste in order to beautify our environment after it has been molded and formed into other artifacts such as flower vases or planters and so on. So we'd really like to partner with the envoy if it's possible so that we can actualize that agenda.
He was paying attention as you were speaking, so maybe you can catch up with him also after during lunch and see if, or anyone else for that matter, who might be able to jump onto that idea. Any other thoughts? Any other thoughts? Okay, lunch will be ready in a few minutes. They'll finish setting up the tables in a few minutes, and then you'll be able to eat. But just quickly, what the program looks like, we have 2 sessions in the afternoon. We have a session on biodiversity, and then another session on desertification and land degradation, and that will wrap up day 1. And then day 2, maybe Joe would like to take us through what day 2 would look like.
Yeah, so some of you may have a program that suggests that the panel on climate change will also come today, but since there's been such great interest in this program, so we will have 2 panels in the afternoon. We were supposed to have 1 panel now and then have another one in the afternoon, but because of a few delays that we had in the morning, we actually will have 2 panels when we come back from lunch. And those 2 panels, as Zainab said, the first one is on biodiversity, sort of elaborating on the presentation that was here a little bit earlier from COP16 in Cali. And then we will also have a panel which should have been the only one, but this is now going to be the second and last panel for the day. And this one is about desertification, land degradation, and drought arising from COP16 in Saudi Arabia. And for the first panel, we'll have 3 panelists: Ms. Astrid Ceron Padilla, Head of Multilateral Affairs, Embassy of Mexico; Jonathan Odongo, Policy and Civil Society Partnerships Officer at WWF; and Ms. Catherine Mungai, who is from Climate and Biodiversity Policy Engagement at IUCN. And for the second panel, we shall have Dr. Peter Minang, who is the Africa Director for ICRAF. We'll have Ms. Patricia Combo, Youth Ambassador to the UNCCD. We'll also have Mr. Aristide Taleng, who is the Deputy Head of Consulate for Cameroon, and Mr. David Munene, I think he spoke a little bit earlier, the Regional Facilitator for UNEP major groups and stakeholders in Africa. Now that will be followed by an interactive session, question and answer if you like, comments, all of that coming up. And we are hoping that after that, we'll be ready to wrap up this day. Now tomorrow, which is the second and final day for the symposium, now that will be a half day because we hope to finish by 1 o'clock. And so how this is going to run is that we will have the first panel when we come, which will be on climate change, following up on COP29 in Baku. And the panelists that we are hoping to have, Mr. Luis Fernando Ceciliano, who is Charge d'Affaires, Mr. Consular Embassy of Costa Rica, Mr. Antonio Miguel Luis, Deputy Permanent Representative to UNEP and UN Habitat. This is Embassy of Portugal. And then we will also have Ms. Rasa Skepo Navichute, Deputy Permanent Representative of the European Union, and also Alphonse Muia, who is an environmental scientist and policy expert and UNEP Youth Constituency Global Steering Committee member. And then the final panel that we shall have, which is on plastics, focusing on INC 5. This will feature the following panelists. So we'll have Her Excellency Ms. Romy Tincopa, Ambassador of the from the Embassy of Peru, Mr. Mamu Boru Mamo, Director General of the National Environmental Management Authority, NEMA, here in Kenya, Luis Fernando Ceciliano, again from the Embassy of Costa Rica, Mr. Antonio Miguel Luis, Embassy of Portugal, and then we will also have representation from the European Union. And then the closing ceremony will come hopefully by around 12:30, and then we can call it a day. So I'm waiting for a signal here, and my colleague just nodded. That means that we are going for lunch. It's a good thing, isn't it? Yeah? Yes. You know, as a journalist, I interact with many diplomats, and what amazes me is how they are able to say nothing very, very well. In fact, it is said that they're only people who think twice on how to say nothing. So it's very colorfully said, but you know, for journalists, when I'm looking for a story, I will really struggle. So they will have things like, yeah, we support dialogue on this. So I say, are you going to support this resolution? Then we will say, we have always supported dialogue. Then they say, okay, so are you going to vote yes or no? So we will make the right decision at the right time. Wow, okay. When I grow up, I would like to be a diplomat. So I think at this moment, I'm looking for direction here on where, but Zainab can give us some logistical directions about our lunch break, which is just going to start now, and we'll be encouraging you to do an hour maximum so that we can start on time. Zainab.
Okay, so the diplomatic, you remember the holding room where we were? That's where your lunch will be served. Everyone else, you'll go out and then take the stairs down, and that's where you'll find your lunch. So 1 hour, that means 2:30. Joe?
Yes, latest 2:30. So if you start coming in early, we'll start as early as you come, but please don't come later than 2:30 because you'll find us already started.
siri kwamba kwa Yesu kuna uhuru. Licha zizima sauti zinazovuta watu kwa shimo la kukata tamaa. Kwa wimbo tamu wa furaha unakuja upesi kwa ajili yangu na wewe.
Siwezi pigana na wewe, nanyosha mikono juu, basi pigana na Mungu. Siwezi shindana na wewe, nanyosha mikono juu, basi shindana na Mungu. Oh, shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Basi pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Oh, shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Basi pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Hata kama vita tapigana, ila ushindi atanishindia. Yote si mapenzi yangu, bali ni mapenzi yake Mungu. Ukitamka laana, ila baraka kanitamkia. Yote si mapenzi yangu, bali kwa mapenzi yake Mungu. Na uhai wangu mie nimemkabidhi yeye. Ukitaka kunigusa mie, unataka kungusa yeye. Ukinigusa kwa mema, atakubariki, atakubariki. Ila ukitaka kwa mabaya, usishiriki maana sio rahisi. Maana vita yangu si ya mwili bali ni ya rohoni. Tena sipigani mimi, anayenipigania Mwokozi. Hivyo siwezi pigana na wewe, nanyosha mikono juu, basi pigana na Mungu. Siwezi shindana na wewe, nanyosha mikono juu, basi shindana na Mungu. Oh, shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Basi pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Basi pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu.
they smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. Slide down, DBTs.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. One, two. Can you hear me? That guy has a magical touch. Yeah, is that other microphone working? Yeah, so we're about to start. How many people were here since morning? Okay, so we'll give a microphone to two people to just tell us one thing that they took out of the morning session just before we start. How many? Two people. First come, first served. Nobody. Two people. Did you hear what I said? Yeah? Okay. What is the most important thing you took out of the morning session? Two people. This means nobody took out anything or you took everything. Okay, there is. Please help someone with a microphone up there. Yeah.
Department of Foreign Affairs. I think one important thing that I took away from the session is that I was surprised at the amount of preparation that goes on to the conferences that take place. So it's a whole, I think, to the people who are not practicing in environmental diplomacy, we think it's just one conference that happens, for example, in November or December, but clearly you can see that there are consultations that happen all year round. For example, for the UNFCCC and the CBD conference as well, and that was quite informative to me. Yeah.
All right, there was someone down here. Where was that person? There was a second person here. All right, this side. Anyone? Anyone this side? Okay, great. So we're going to start in a few moments, and here's what we are sorting out. So we have got information that there are certain people who are supposed to be on the panels tomorrow and today who have made particular requests. And so there is a consideration about how to reorganize the program to take care of that. And so I am just pleading for your indulgence a little bit so that we finish the consultations and then we'll be able to continue with the program. Is that okay? It's important for you to know what's going on, isn't it? Yeah? So that's what we are going. Yeah? Yes, that is fine, but we could combine you with another one. Okay. So just give us a few moments. Yeah, that's going to be fine. Yeah, so we will no, that's not possible. That's not one of the options. All right. So just about 5 minutes and then we can proceed. Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again. I think now we are ready to start. So I will ask that I get some help here with setting up these seats for the panel discussion. And we will be, the first panel that we'll be having this afternoon is the one on biodiversity. So if I can get help with the seats that we need here, I think there are 3 of them. Lovely. Okay, so let me get my panelists. Ms. Aristide Seron Padilla. Ms. Padilla is a Deputy Permanent Representative and Head of Multilateral Affairs, Economic Trade Promotion and International Cooperation at the Embassy of Mexico. She's a specialist in human rights and international public law. Please, a round of applause for her, and you can just take your seat over there. All right, next we have is Catherine Mungai, who is a Senior Program Officer, Climate and Biodiversity Engagement at IUCN Kenya Country Office. Her focus area is policy advice on aligning private sector investments with climate change, biodiversity management, and economic development. Catherine has an MSc in Environmental Governance. That makes 2 of us, by the way, from Freiburg University in Germany. All right, Mr. Jonathan Odongo, a Policy and Civil Society Partnerships Officer at WWF Kenya. He leads policy engagement and strategic collaborations to strengthen biodiversity and climate change governance in Kenya. Through his role, he champions participatory approaches that integrate diverse perspectives into conservation and governance, promoting sustainable and equitable solutions for Kenya's natural heritage. Ladies and gentlemen, COP16 to the CBD held in October 2024 in Cali, Colombia, ushered in new financial pledges of $163 million. That's the Cali Fund, we heard about it earlier today, towards the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework, GBF. The COP also created a new permanent body and work program for the indigenous and local communities involved in the CBD meetings, and adopted the modalities for sharing the benefits of digital sequencing information, that is DSI, on genetic resources. However, there was no agreement on a financial mechanism, in particular how to distribute funds to restore and conserve nature in light of the current underfunding of GBF with less than $500 million per year. In addition, there was no agreement on how to achieve the 30 by 30 nature goal, and as well how to incorporate gender equity and gender responsive approaches. The fossil fuel extraction was also excluded from the final text. Now I have my panel here, and I'll be taking my seat in one moment, but I want us to prepare to engage, because we will have our interactions up here, and in a few moments I will also be inviting members of the audience to take part in this. All right, thank you very much. I think we are all set now to start, and we will start from Mexico. I think we'll start from the furthest, coming closer here. Now, the question arises about funding and 30 by 30 nature goal. All of these questions revolve around supporting the global biodiversity goals. I wonder, from where you sit, what needs to be done, and what needs to happen for members to rise and to the occasion, and in a sense, what I'm asking, how do we enhance political support for these goals, and how do countries actually come in? Because this really tells you that there is a problem, that we are saying that these goals may not be met when you do not have money, and that doesn't seem to be enough political will, as they call it, or political support, as they call it, to get this going.
Thank you so much. First of all, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, On behalf of the government of Mexico, we would like to thank the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs of the Republic of Kenya and the University of Nairobi for the kind invitation to the first Symposium, Environmental Diplomacy Symposium. We are very happy and very honored to be here alongside with Kenya and other key states that made this possible, the COP16 possible, mainly Colombia. Thank you so much, muchas gracias. And that are also global leaders aiming towards a greener and resilient world where nobody's left behind. I think this is also key to take into consideration. I'm also really glad to share this space with such great experts on these topics. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And to respond to your specific question, how can member states be, let's say, mobilized to enhance political support and therefore political willingness to achieve the global biodiversity goals? Well, first of all, I think that there is this perception that there's a lack of political willingness to achieve certain climate change or environmental goals, but we don't think that's real. I think that the truth is that all states and most stakeholders present here, such as major groups, because I see children and youth too, can benefit from a resilient planet and all the previous commitments we agreed upon. So we also need to take into consideration that this COP16 was the COP of the people. And that's, they should be the main reason why we are achieving some goals and designing some goals. Therefore, I would like to say also that it shouldn't be tough to mobilize political support, but I do see a problem. And I think that the situation is more complicated than that. It has to do with resources mobilization and financial resources especially. Specifically, to address how to address the financial gap to achieve biodiversity goals. And the other big challenge that I see is the lack of a global and comprehensive system to address biodiversity issues and the need to have a concrete resource mobilization strategy, but based on the global funds that are already available for us in this regard. I think this is really important. We should not duplicate efforts. This is the position of Mexico and we'll continue to support it. So I would also like to add that even though it might be difficult to find these resources to achieve the goals, we can still do some more things in the meantime. It's not only a matter of financial resources. I think that in the meantime we can also enhance the international legal framework on biodiversity, and we have been doing it in Mexico quite successfully. We are guided by an ecological, environmentally friendly, and humanist policy to achieve our biodiversity goals that are mainly based on what we agreed upon in international fora. But we also believe that states must promote urgent and complete global actions in favor of biodiversity towards, one, environmental justice, and two, shared prosperity coming from this biodiversity that we might not or we might have. So, as I'm going to explain later, Mexico is also committed to the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework that seeks to achieve the 30 by 30 nature goal and its concrete implementation to protect effectively 30% of the land and marine areas by 2030. So I want to also start a dialogue with my colleagues, because we know that in Mexico we work closely with IUCN, and then we have also programs with WFF, and I don't want to leave that aside. I think that the civil society is really important for us in this regard. And I would like to ask them also what you might think member states can do to mobilize these not only resources, but effective.
Jonathan, it looks like a question has been posed to you. What do you think that CSOs, for instance, can do on this very question of mobilizing political support, but also resources, because she says political support may not be the issue, it is ultimately about the money.
Okay, so resource mobilization, I think that is a very big challenge, looking at it globally, and also what transpired during the CBD COP16. And we know that there is going to be part 2 in Rome, Italy, to continue the conversation, and resource mobilization is going to be key. To put it into context, if you look at the WWF Living Planet Report 2024, we talk about, we are looking at the wildlife population, the species we've lost, 73% in 70 years, which is a huge number. Then bring in another context where, if you look at the GDP across the globe, we are talking losing, then our GDP will be at risk as well. So that means we need to find a way to also invest in nature. If you look at the civil society, the broad scope, we know that there is mobilization of resources from donor funding, and then from what the figure you mentioned, 163, the Global Biodiversity Framework, Target 19, talks about the need to mobilize $200 billion per year. We are not there yet. So how do we leverage on some of the opportunities that are out there? Apart from donor funding, we can also look at, for example, the multilateral development banks in this case. So what needs to be done is, if we want to make sure that investments are made in conservation, the way we are looking at investing in climate change as well. I know one of the conversations that are happening is the risks, the fear that the private sector, for example, has when it comes to the risks the nature-related risks. So what do we do? What can multilateral development banks, for example, do in this context is to help de-risk investments, especially when it comes to the private sector. So how do we de-risk private sector investments? We know that if you look at concessional financing, the advantage that multilateral development banks have, for example, we can leverage that and then look at it from the perspective where private sector is hesitant to go in as a result of the risk, the multilateral development banks can chip in, and then we have the risks covered, and then we can talk about how much risk the private sector is willing to take, and then what can be covered by the MDVs. The second aspect that I'm looking at here is still in the context of investing. Biodiversity finance is very crucial. Capacity building is going to be key, especially when it comes to the finance institutions, because we need to make sure that we get as much as possible involved. We can look at capacity building from 2 aspects. One is piloting, where we know that there might be risks and opportunities, but feasibility studies have not been done. We can have interventions in this space, so that once feasibility study is covered, sorry, let me be quick enough. So once feasibility study is done and that base is covered, then we can have this used as a lesson. I know there are civil society organizations also conducting feasibility studies in some sectors where investments can be made, and also to understand nature-related risks when it comes to business investments. So these are advantages and platforms that we can explore. But also looking at capacity building in the context of, let's say, the classroom sort of setup, not exactly classrooms, but that context where you just make sure that the finance sector, the banking sector understands. We've been talking about, and we've covered so much when it comes to climate-related risks, but what about nature-related risks? So those are some of the issues that we need to look at, and also to work with the regulators, for example, to make sure that we have conducive regulatory environments that allow for proper and effective investment and policies that work entirely. to make sure that at least resource mobilization is easy and we can see the fruits of our discussion. I know the risk that we mainly talk about is that seeing return on investments when it comes to biodiversity conservation is not as easy. So the other, one last one that I'll consider in this case is where we are looking at capacity building in terms of designing and implementing bankable biodiversity projects. So these are all, if you look at it, they are more of attractive in a way, but we are contributing towards major positive outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we are starting our conversation on a great note. So we started from the question of political support, and Ms. Padilla says, well, that's not the biggest thing, resource mobilization, and now we are moving to what is that exactly? And I think Jonathan has given us some really good pointers, whether it is the question of de-risking private sector investment through the multilateral development banks, and also the question of capacity building. But Catherine, this whole question of biodiversity rides a lot on the state of knowledge, the state of the science of this. And I know at IUCN, you do this as your day job, that you track the science in all of these areas. What would you say is the state of the science of biodiversity today as we sit here in 2025?
Okay, hi Joe, that's a very interesting question. I'm not sure I had prepared to respond to that particular one, but it's okay. I'll be able to give my intervention. So first, for those who don't know, IUCN stands for International Union for Conservation of Nature, and we've been in existence since 1948. And this is a membership organization that brings together member states, as well as national and subnational governments, CSOs, research organizations, as well as IPLCs. So as you can see, we are working through a diverse range of partners. And of course, our main issue or our main input into the different COPs that we had today is through science. So I think in terms of the science, what I can say, when we talk about the state of biodiversity today, mainly we can look at in terms of the tools that IUCN has already put on the table that we can actually use to assess what is the state of biodiversity, the threats to ecosystems and the threats to species, plants as well as animals. So for example, we already have the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species, and I believe some of us, we're in a science community, University of Nairobi. So this, in Kenya, for example, we have the Species Specialist Group that we launched last year, and it brings together over 100 scientists who are working on different topics, whether it's plants, animals, and they go into the heart of the matter. So we support through IUCN to see how we can bring such groups of scientists together and ensure that the data and the science that's coming out from these different groups is used to inform policy making, decision making, and even when we have discussions with the member states, when they're developing, for example, the NBSAP, and we needed to find out what was the state of biodiversity in Kenya, IUCN together with other partners, WWF and other research organizations, we also contributed that kind of information that informed the government as we're preparing the NBSAP.
Lovely.
Yeah.
A lot of the efforts that many organizations make towards the conservation of biodiversity is usually imagined to be within the confines of protected areas, for example, yet that is just a small part of the conversation, isn't it? So what are the other approaches that you see or that you're already working on at IUCN that look at the conservation and management of biodiversity beyond these protected areas that everybody knows?
Yes, so beyond the protected areas, one of the focus areas, and I think Astrid has mentioned this through the 30 by 30, is we are focusing on what we call other effective area-based conservation measures, and these are the OECMs. And if by definition, I know this is still a relatively new topic and space for all of us, OECMs are considered to be areas that deliver conservation outcomes but are not formally designated as protected areas. So in Kenya right now, the main discussion, and I think all over the world, not just Kenya, but I use Kenya as an example because I'm involved in the discussion here, is that we are still trying to define, when we say OECMs, what are we talking about? So far
that was going to be my question, actually.
Yeah, so what counts or who counts? So for us, it's just critical to say, okay, when we talk about OECMs, it's really involving the indigenous people and the local communities. That is one of the key aspects. And then I think we're also considering conservancies, whether there could be OECMs or not. So it's still kind of a hot topic. We're still trying to define what that is. But apart from that, we also have the wetlands, areas that are critical for biodiversity that sometimes are not counted when we talk about protected areas, but we also need to really consider them. Even forests, like the Kaya forests, some agricultural species. So it's still a topic that's ongoing, and of course we'll continue to work together to define that.
Jonathan, she talked about 30 by 30 nature goal, and I would imagine that this is a space you're heavily involved in. Give us a sense of what role you see CSOs playing in that space, because it is a critical point of conversation right now.
Yeah, thank you, Joe, for that question. The civil society plays a really crucial role. I'd like to share something really interesting. I'm quoting someone, so I don't want to be quoted on this. Someone once mentioned, to say to me that the government's role is to make policies. Whether those policies are effective, that is up to the CSOs, the civil society. So they said, if this particular person said, if the policies are not effective, it means the CSO did not do a good job. So let me use that as an example. Even though the civil society, we look at moments when it is actually of great importance to work together with the duty bearers, in this case, to make sure that policies are effective enough. But also CSOs, because of the mobilization power that is there is one thing that can be done, making sure that decision-making processes, so policy-making processes, are inclusive and different voices are heard within the processes. So to make sure that the outcomes, actually what we end up with will eventually work, that is one. Two is because of the grassroots presence, the awareness that comes with, because right now if you talk about 30 by 30, not so many people, if you go to the mashinani, will tell you what that entails. But the CSOs at the grassroots will be able to break it down to make sure that it is understood. For example, as WWF, we work collaboratively with quite a number of civil society organizations that are at the grassroots, are busy raising awareness and building capacity to make sure that projects and activities are implemented to enhance protection and conservation, and therefore making sure that at least we hit our target, hopefully by 2030. The second thing that I know CSOs can really do effectively is there is what happens when we bring data together to be able to understand, are we making headway? So this requires collaboration actually between the government and the civil society organizations. Understanding where we are, understanding where we are going, and setting our targets, that is really crucial so that at least we are working towards something. So that collaboration is really key. The other aspect is bridging the gap between science, policy, and action, and the community. So that is also really crucial so that everyone is on board and everyone plays a part in making sure that 30 by 30 is a reality.
Oh, thank you very much. We are about to start getting questions from the floor, so please prepare your question, comment, any reaction you have to what you have heard so far. And Astrid will come to you just now. I mean, there's a whole question of money that has been talked about, the state of the science and all that. And Jonathan is talking about a collaboration that needs to happen. Tell us a bit about how that collaboration could work, because for many people, it seems like, civil society and government, for example, must have this adversarial relationship. But here you're saying there's a role they can play. They are saying, yes, there's a role the government plays, but then they are there to make sure things happen.
Thank you so much for the question. And I am actually really glad that you were able to tell us what you need from member states, because we actually need you too. We have all these policies and programs, and you help us a lot with the implementation, especially when we need to localize all the global actions that we want to achieve and see possible in the field. And I'm also really happy to see that you understand, as we do, the collaboration, the synergies. And I am also glad to say that even though we were saying that one important issue is the financial support we might get or not get from to achieve this, during COP16 or in the framework of COP16, we as a country obtained $80 million to protect our land and marine areas. And I think this is really important, and we achieved that with a solid strategy that was based on collaboration, actually. It's also important to bring on board all the stakeholders, civil society, the private sector, the multilateral banks, but it's also important that this strategy is solid and it's also based on something else that goes beyond promises. And I think that the possibilities that we can offer as member states have to do with this legal framework I was talking about. So, for example, we want to be leaders in environmental justice. So if we bring these concepts to the table, then we are addressing this issue in a comprehensive manner that will end up solving problems, and then the resources are coming through just because of these two. And we also need to strengthen, as you said, international cooperation towards this so-called and famous resource mobilization strategy that I think you mentioned. It has to do with the architecture of the financial system. That's really important to consider too. And these continuous efforts towards conservation and restoration with key partners that are not only the civil society organizations, but also international organizations that are based here in Nairobi, which we keep on working with UNEP and UN Habitat, as you heard in the morning. We cannot do this without them. It's not only a matter of what they can give us in terms of financial resources in the field, it's also what we can do together with all the expertise that great staff, UN staff already has. No, I think this is really important. And we also need to bring these global dreams and ideas that we have to the field, and that's the reason why we established 48 goals within our national framework to protect biodiversity. If we don't start setting these targets together and working for this together with BSAPs, I think we are lost as member states, and we don't want to be in that position at all. So I think that's the answer.
Thank you. Yes, you wanted to add something. Yes.
Yes, I actually wanted to give an example from Kenya of how member states are working together with other non-state actors. And this is just to inform our participants that last year, I think towards the end of last year, we launched the National Biodiversity Coordinating Mechanism. And this is aligned to Target 14 of the GBF targets, which is on integration for decision making. And this National Biodiversity Coordinating Mechanism is actually chaired by the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Climate Change, and co-chaired by the Ministry of Wildlife and Tourism, given that the issues of biodiversity kind of tend to cut across the two ministries. But then apart from that, it brings together all the different government parastatals and ministries that focus on biodiversity issues, as well as you mentioned, NGOs, civil society organizations, the private sector, the banking sector. So the idea is just to bring all these different actors together under one umbrella, and the importance of that is also addressing like financial gaps, because when we partner together, we are able to cover different aspects, and also in terms of monitoring, reporting. For the ministry, it becomes very easy because we are all organized under one umbrella. They can then reach out and say, okay, we know you're working on target 2 on restoration. What data do you have? You're doing target 3 on 30 by 30. What data, what have you done as a partner? Share with us the data for monitoring and reporting. So I just felt it's important to give that example of what Kenya has done in terms of coordination and addressing some of the gaps.
Thank you very much. That's a practical example. So that moment has come. So I want to see how many people want to give any form of intervention, question, comment, or just to say you are listening. Let's start from this side. Anyone this side? Going once? Anyone this side? Here? Okay, let me try. Maybe there'll be better luck this side. Yeah, yes, I said it. There's a gentleman here. Anyone who changed their mind on this side? No? Okay, there's a gentleman here. Any other? All right, there's a gentleman here. Any other here? Okay, let's start here. We'll just take the 2 questions in succession, then we address them.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Mine is not really a question, it's more of a comment. And the comment is simply summarized as this. Our continent, Africa, needs less aid and more trade. Why so? Climate change is a real fact. It's something that is happening. And time has proven that countries which are more developed are better equipped to deal with climate change challenges and even adapt better. Like you've seen the recent fire in LA. LA is a high-end neighborhood, both in the US and in the world. Because of that, them being able to handle their stuff, they've lost their houses, they've gotten burnt, but we haven't heard of any refugees, all right, them requiring shelter somewhere, because these are people who are able to handle whatever comes their way. So I'm more of an advocate for equipping countries to stabilize their economic status so that they can be able to match their own challenges as they come, rather than waiting after the fact. I had an envoy earlier on speak about loss and damage compensation. It's a part of climate adaptation, but it's a loss because it's an after the fact thing. It comes after the damage has already been done. So how about, instead of investing in loss and damage, let's say, or mobilizing resources to deal with climate adaptation, which, I mean, we've had 29 COPs, and the targets for each one of these COPs rarely is met, and I'm using diplomatic terms, so to say. So if we continue waiting on these COPs to deal with our challenges, they might not just be the best option. How about equipping our people, developing our economies? I mean, look at countries like Dubai, let's say. 20 years ago, a fishing village. Right now, a major economic superpower. Look at a country like Singapore. You might say Dubai has oil. Singapore has no resources and very limited land. But they've also been able to scale that wall. So how about giving out ways in which these countries, especially us in the global south, so to say, can equip us better to face these challenges rather than mobilizing resources from other countries? And
okay, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I gave him a bit of latitude because it was the first one when everybody wasn't. Anyway, let's please make it quick this time around. I'll not be too generous.
Okay, thank you. Don't worry. So one comment and one question. Thank you so much first for the all the interventions. First, regarding resource mobilization, and I think this will be a discussion that we have across all the panels, so I won't expand a lot. But just to note that it's important to have two things into consideration when we have this discussion about biodiversity, at least on my point of view. The first one is the interconnectedness between financing for climate and biodiversity, that it's still not on the discussion a lot of the times. And like we talk and we heard a lot during the day that we have a triple planetary crisis, or wherever we want to call it, we also have to have that into account when then we talk about resource mobilization and the best way to effective apply our resources. The second point about resource mobilization on biodiversity, first, totally agree with all the with the intervention regarding de-risking and the need to catalyze the private sector and understand how we can do that. It's also important to understand that the GBF, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and then subsequently the GBFF, the fund that supports implementation, came on a time that the GF8 had already been agreed. So, and this is a discussion that we need more and more to have with the new reality. There's not a lot of public money available, even if we continue to do commitments. And if the money is already committed to one thing, it's very difficult to reallocate it to another. And this has to start to enter the discussion, even now more when we have some political changes around the world. The question would be on the latest meeting of the IPBES, so the science policy panel that we have in terms of biodiversity. We saw, and we see this on other conversations, a lot of difficulties on member states to agree on science. What can it be done more on this period until when we agree on the executive summaries of these reports and everything, for that science is not contested by a group of member states, when science it's very clear, for example, on biodiversity. So if we could hear a bit of what you think we could do. And then the last point, I come from Portugal, for me it's always very strange not to hear the word ocean once, when we are, I think we heard once, but not hear it more when we are discussing biodiversity, even more on a country like Kenya that has a fundamental role and a leading role on the defense of the ocean. So just a note for the future that it should be part of the discussion as well. Thank you.
All right. Wow, thank you. Any one question, because it would be great to take three. But anyway, we can, we are speaking to a real diplomat when he says some political changes in the world. Very, very interesting. But anyway, who's going to start talking about the oceans here right now? He says, surely, how can oceans miss in this conversation? But then he also raises an important point around the science and the contestation around it. This gentleman here talked a lot about the question of equipping countries to deal with all these challenges that keep coming. He didn't quite say how, but I think a lot of things to think about. Who wants to go first? Jonathan, you're smiling the widest, so we can start. Something hit home, right?
I was actually smiling because yesterday we were in a meeting finalizing the National Blue Economy Strategy, and I'm glad that the oceans issue has come up, which is actually one thing that we really ignore. I mean, I really don't want to say ignore, but I think we tend to forget when we talk about conservation. We forget about including the ocean. Maybe we are assuming that it is part and parcel of, for example, as WWF Kenya, we have a whole program based in the coastal region that focuses on protection and restoration of the marine ecosystem, including working with the local communities. And we leverage that strength also to inform some of the processes that are going on nationally. And also, even in the process of developing the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, just making sure that we have the information and data that is needed so that at least our focus is well informed. For example, if you look at Target 2 that Kenya set, it is very specific on the percentage when it comes to the marine ecosystem that needs to be restored. So I'm glad that came up. I think while I still have the mic, the concern about lying, I think you are trying to say in some very beautiful words that we shouldn't rely on donor funding as much. And I think that is also why I tried to focus mainly on how we can leverage, for example, when you're talking about multilateral development banks, we have African Development Bank here in Africa. But I also agree the issue that has been raised about, we mainly talk about climate risks. We talk about investing in the climate sector to address climate-related challenges. But a few times, or I think, I don't know how many times we've had about conversations around nature-related investments or nature risks or nature-positive financing and investments and so on and so forth. So these are some of the, through one of the WWF programs called Africa Sustainable Investments and Infrastructure, we've tried so much to also build capacity of the financing institutions and also working with the banking sector. To make sure that investing in biodiversity is also a way to enhance protection and conservation, while at the same time gaining without really degrading nature. So that would be my input. I think back to you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Do you want to go first? Or?
Yeah, it's just a small one. I think he also asked a question on how to reduce disagreements when it comes to science. For me, the example that comes to mind is what has been happening in the climate change space with the African Group of Negotiators Expert Support Group, whereby the scientists work together with the negotiators or the governments. So, when the scientists go out and they do their research and they come up with the policy briefs or the reports, they make sure that they work together with the negotiators to get a better understanding of what is coming out in terms of, well, when it comes to climate change, the impacts of climate change and the causes of climate change. So I feel maybe we need to also consider doing the same when it comes to biodiversity, so that we don't have scientists on one side and member states on the other side, and we're not really agreeing, but just trying to find a platform where we can have collaboration and dialogues.
But I think and that's very interesting, but I think there's also a point he's making that there's also a situation where certain member states agree basically with what science is saying, but then the other member states who don't. And I think it's more problematic when there is when there's non-alignment of views with regard to the state of the science between or among member states. I think that's part of that.
Well, now I have so many ideas, and I want to answer to all the questions. Thank you, Miguel.
Please go ahead.
I think you hit the point there. We do have a conversation, and we all know here, the DPRs know about these conversations. We can keep on promoting this science-based approach, but we still need to create these bonds when we have organs, subsidiary organs, such as SOBSTA. If we manage to have the conversation with the scientists in this framework, we need to find better strategies to get all these outputs and bring it to our national platforms, and therefore to our conversations in the multilateral arena. I think this is key, but we are also seeing this trend, and I think it will continue for a while. But if there are a couple of member states that continue to enhance this, I think it won't go away that easily. We are on the same track in that regard. And going back to the conversation on climate change, that I don't want to say is a different conversation because everything is interconnected. But now we are here talking about biodiversity, but as you said to Miguel and IUCN, one of the key outputs or achievements of COP16 was also to find a nexus, right, between climate change and biodiversity. And this also need our idea that we need to bring that to the resource mobilization strategy is therefore there. Of course we need that, there is this link. But what I also believe is that we have this conversation on climate change, we have the so-called triple planetary crisis, but we also have another type of phenomena in the world, such as land degradation, desertification, and droughts. So we are trying to tackle all these as member states and try to do it in a comprehensive way and try to do it all at the same time, but we need experts from all fields too. We cannot keep on, let's say, neglecting let's say, the expertise of these experts on biodiversity and keep on talking all the time about climate change, even though they are interrelated. They are connected, absolutely. Conversations might be different. That's the reason why we need different COPs. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Wow. Jonathan, anything? All right, so anyone from the audience? I ask questions for a living, so I can do it all by myself if there is nobody. But okay, one more there, and then we are almost wrapping up because we are really pressed for time. So if you lose your moment to ask a question, don't ask me on the sidelines. All right, please make your question quick. Oh, so I have two people with the microphone. So the lady first. That is a given. Thank you.
Okay, so my question is not as technical as theirs, but what I wanted to ask is, so that we're not accused of double standards, what are we doing as the government and even the civil society and all those organizations to bridge the gap, such as, even as it was mentioned early in the morning, while we are here, we are drinking water from plastic bottles, and yet we want to do away with this plastic, and we want to have a sustainable and resilient planet. So what are we doing to bridge the gap? Since in many of these forums, such as the one we are having, we usually usually talk like liberals, but act like realists. So you find that there is no meaningful change that is happening despite the many meetings that we are having. So what really are we doing? Because even as we are speaking of this conversation, we're still using the plastic bottles
Thank
still
you.
all those
Thank
things.
you. Fair enough. I got your point. Behind there.
Thank you, Joe. My name is Ali Adam from Technical University of Kenya. I'll throw in some quick thoughts. First, we must appreciate to great extent the global conversations that has been happening for the last 60 years. Second, the amount of scientific knowledge that has come into existence is so enormous that we may not even need a lot of further scientific data if we are able to utilize what has already been generated. Number three, engagements where such conversation happens at academia, where our youth are really listening to this global conversation is really encouraging, and I must congratulate the organizers and all the partners. So we're very grateful for that as academia. Number four, through the courtesy of the British government, I was a lead researcher for a national, what they call Blue Economy Survey for the inland waters in this country. Joe, believe me, the level of ignorance at the community level, who are the custodian of these resources, is really of great concern. And so long as these concerns and gap exist, then our conversation may not be able to change or transform life. So how could this conversation, for example, happen under as one of the critical cases where, for example, our environmental science students plus some of our partners can have such conversation happening as a critical case under acacia tree in ASAL environment, so that you can hear how conversation can be enhanced at that level. My final one, when we had on 2nd to 4th of October last year, there was International Blue Economic Conference that was focused on innovations and investments. And when we had a side workshop that was seriously focusing on the oceans, the misconceptions that is existing in the mind of the local communities, we may not be able to discuss it here. So there are a lot of areas that really requires a lot of conversations. Then in this conversation today, where the efforts that has gone into environmental diplomacy for the 60 years is being appreciated, it is too unfortunate that the faith communities, the interfaith dialogue on these critical subjects is really missing. Joe, we can pick that up later maybe. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And so we will end it over that, on that side, on that note, but two sets of questions and comments. The first question is really about bridging the science, policy, and then what actually happens on the ground. And Jonathan, you talked about it, so I guess you are going to talk a little bit about this. You're going to talk a little bit about that. And then there is, of course, the question, many comments there, but all revolving around knowledge and the gap that exists between what science has and what, for example, local communities know about the resources that lie in their midst. And then, of course, just a whole question of young people and really just about bridging. So I will get like quick comments here because we are ending this conversation shortly. So let's start with you.
Thank you, Joe. And
please make it brief.
Yeah, I'll be as brief as the tail of a tortoise. Okay, on the issue of bridging the gap, one thing that I would say is that we can go back and listen to Wangari Maathai's story of the little bird. This begins with us. Every little thing that should be done, including not accepting to use plastics, for example, in this context, that change begins with us, because there is so much that each and every one of us can do, and even the organizations can do. The other bit, I think, is bridging the gap. One thing that I think I mentioned earlier is that there is a huge gap when it comes to awareness in terms of understanding some of the issues that we're talking about here. And science, the way it's presented, for example, in scientific journals, we've had over and over again that some of the information might be too complex for the local communities to consume. And that is why we look at, for example, the presence of civil society organizations at the grassroots level and other entities that are able to break down the information in such a way that they are consumable, and the communities are therefore at a position to implement and contribute to some of the processes we are talking about.
Okay. Quick one.
Yeah, I think the problem when you sit together and we work together so much, it's like great minds think alike, because it's like you said what I wanted to say. But I think on the issue of the plastics, I think that one is really, we also need to consider these incentives and disincentives and the role that they can play in enforcing some of these rules or policies that we come up with. So, you know, when it comes to conferences such as this, you also have to be very deliberate how you organize it, so that to ensure we are not using the plastic bottles. So maybe we would have had like water points outside, and you encourage people to come with their own water bottles. If you have money, you give them water bottles. But so that's where the issue of personal responsibility comes in. Okay. So I think it's just like the way plastic, you can't enter the national park with a plastic bottle. You have to use your own. So I think it's just also what the regulations, how can we enforce that to bridge that gap?
All right, thank you.
Okay, real fast. I also like to mention that it's also really important for us member states, but also the civil society organizations, to keep on talking about marine biodiversity. It's on the 30 by 30 nature goals. We don't forget about it, but it's a really important subject that we need to address probably in a different way, even though we keep on talking about land biodiversity and marine biodiversity in this moment at the same time, you know, in the same space. I also like to remind us, and this is my last point, of some other key achievement of the COP16 on CBD, and it's the creation of this subsidiary organ for indigenous peoples and local communities, and the recognition of people, as the ambassador of Colombia mentioned, as guardians of biodiversity. Because if we don't understand the way they work, the cosmology, how they interact with their own economies, we are gonna end up with unsuccessful policies, and we might be creating some sort of unexpected gap between scientists and local communities. That's exactly what we needed to address, right? So let's not forget about it.
All right, so we are going to get the last comments, each one of you. If you can take only 1 minute, like if they forget anything you said today, what is this one thing they shouldn't forget? Please, in 1 minute as you finish.
Okay, I might
we'll
just
start from Mexico again.
I might just start. Thank you so much for the invitation once again. And to summarize, I think it's all about bringing everyone on board and having these conversations that might be tough if we don't address what was left pending on in Cali, which is mainly the resource mobilization strategy, how we are gonna also monitor, plan, and evaluate, but also report through standardized procedures on biodiversity. Then we need to do that in Rome, but not in Armenia, I guess. So in general, I think we need a clearer budget timeline on the current financial scheme that we already have for the CBD. That's it. Thank you so much.
Jonathan?
Thank you, Joe, and thanks to everyone else. Thank you for your patience and for listening. One thing that I would really like to say is that as we leave this space, most of the time I think we have these conversations, and then the moment we leave the rooms, we forget about this and it remains with us. So just make it a point to, once you get back home, make sure you change your mind and you change someone's perspective and make sure someone is involved in solving a challenge, that these challenges that we keep talking about that need to be addressed, so that everyone is involved and no one is left behind. Thank you very much.
Catherine?
Yeah, thanks everyone for your patience. My final word would be the famous quote, think global but act local, because even the discussions that we've had today, they're really at a very high level, but I think he was our representative from the French, France, mentioned that we really need to downscale what we are discussing. So I think I'll just leave us with that. Even as we discuss at a very high level, let's always keep in mind the local communities and what we are talking about, how it's going to have an impact on their lives. Thank you.
All right, thank you very, very much. Ms. Astrid Seron Padilla from the Embassy of Mexico, Jonathan Odongo from WWF Kenya, and Catherine Mungai from IUC in Kenya, each of them giving their perspectives. Obviously, this is not the kind of conversation we can finish in one afternoon, so one of the reasons why these conferences happen is that you can get contacts, you can network, so that you can ask those questions that you couldn't ask here. I have 20 of them which I haven't asked, and I guarantee you that I will. Thank you very much for participating and for being part of this conversation. All right, we're about to go to the next one, so please don't clap for too long because my colleague Zainab will be welcoming the next panel. Thank you very much.
Okay, so as you prepare for the next panel, I'd just like you to stand up, take 3 deep breaths, feel it deep into your belly. Deep, deep into your belly. Feel that deep breath, deep in your belly. 3 deep breaths. Okay, and then I'll shake your body, you know. Throw your arms, your legs everywhere. You know? Get the blood circulation going. Get the blood circulation going. Okay, so one last exercise. Cross your legs. Interlock your fingers. And then stretch. All the way above your head. Feel your spine stretching completely. Good. Now forward again. All the way. You're not bending. Bend completely. Forward. Great. So take a seat. Are you feeling a little bit energized? A little bit energized? Fantastic. So in the next session, we're going to talk about a subject that's very close to my heart, and that's desertification, land degradation, and drought. And this was a subject of discussion at COP16 of UNCCD, which was held in Riyadh. And it was the latest UN land conference to date, the largest to date. And it marked a renewed global commitment to accelerate investment and action to restore land and boost drought resilience for the benefit of people and planet. And the COP also established 2 new co-processes for indigenous people and local communities. The future of UNCCD meetings reflect perspectives from the ground. It also expanded the mandate and the number of independent scientists in the science policy interface to further deepen the knowledge base and the expertise for the implementation of the convention. A gender decision was also adopted. Gender has become a very big deal these days. And this decision was to address the data gap on how men and women are impacted by desertification, land degradation, and drought, and land tenure systems, agriculture, and forced migration. I'm sure each of you has a story about this, a personal story about this, each of you. Whether personally or someone you know, someone in your family, your villages, you have a story about this. New decisions were adopted on agriculture and rangelands in the context of ecosystem and nature-based approaches and solutions, but this meeting did not agree to launch an intergovernmental process to negotiate a framework or a legally binding protocol to address drought. So this decision is being expected at COP17 in Mongolia. And out of the 3 Rio Conventions on Biological Diversity and Climate Change, it is the Drought and Desertification Convention that has not achieved sufficient political momentum to address the escalating drought matters. And UNFCCC has the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement to elaborate further on this. The UNCBD has the Katakina Protocol and the Nagoya Protocols, as well as the Global Biodiversity Framework. So this is the context within which you'll be having this conversation on desertification. And so I'd like to invite my panelists in this conversation. First up, Dr. Peter Minang. Are you in the room? Please come up. Dr. Minang is the director, the Africa Center of International Forestry Research and Wild Agroforestry, also known as ICRAF, and the global coordinator, ASB Partnership for the Tropical Forest Margins. He's also an established leader with a background in ecology, that's social ecology, climate change, land governance, and green economy, with close to 3 decades of experience. Goodness, that's almost as long as I've been alive. Almost as long as, and I'm sure older than some people in the room. Next, Miss Patricia Kombo. Patricia, recently we did a story about her being one of Kenya's youngest negotiators on land matters. And she's the founder of Patri Initiative and ambassador to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, which is UNCCD, and also a student at this university pursuing a master's degree in climate change and adaptation. Mr. Astrid Talen, you in the room? Mr. Talen? Mr. Talen? Oh, okay, not in the room, so we'll skip him, but he's a political expert. Maybe he would have added a bit of political knowledge in this conversation. Mr. David Munene, you're in the room, please come up. David is a regional facilitator for the UNEP Major Groups and Stakeholders Africa, and he has over 10 years of active engagement in multilateral environmental processes and has also been instrumental in enhancing the civic space for the UNEP, multilateral agreements, Africa and UNEP, UNEA, UNCCD. He has a lot of experience, including with the AMSEN processes. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, I'm glad this is a very equal panel. Huh? 50-50 panel. Okay, how are you feeling? You well? I promise not to ask you very hard questions. I promise not to ask you very hard questions. But I'd like to start with you, Patricia, as you have negotiated to UNCCD, you participated in this process. You've seen some of the challenges firsthand, but then we don't seem to be getting the people's voices across. A lot is being said, but the people's voices are not reaching these tables, particularly the indigenous voices, the indigenous communities that live in this land, the indigenous communities that get to see the desertification firsthand. What is it we are missing with these indigenous voices, and how can we get this traditional knowledge particularly adequately represented in narratives, even on those negotiation tables?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And first I would like to thank the organizers for having a youth perspective in the symposium. This shows the future of diplomacy and also shows the meaningful youth participation that we've always wanted. Looking at indigenous communities and young people, I will classify them as one. And first of all, I would like to appreciate UNCCD and member parties for or rather allowing to have our indigenous caucus, and this will give the indigenous people and local communities separate forums for them to have their voice heard. In the past, we've seen youth, indigenous people, local communities categorized as one, and when you enter in those conversations, you realize every category has their on problems, on ideas, on issues that need to deliberate. And as having a UNCCD Youth Caucus, UNCCD Local Communities Caucus, and UNCCD Indigenous Caucus, it's a win for us in the land sector because this will ensure promotion of traditional knowledge. And being a young person who has negotiated, I can say we have a huge gap when it comes to integrating the traditional knowledge and the scientific. And this is because the science aspect looks at the future, while the traditional knowledge looks at sustainability. If you go to communities, the knowledge that they have is all about sustainability. What about tomorrow? What we will do today will impact our livelihoods. But when science come and fail to agree with communities, you find misadaptation, you'll find maladaptation because the communities are trying to resist while the science aspect is trying to push. One of the big challenges, number one, is on skills and capacity. We have to understand that we are living in a changing and evolving world. We need to capacity build these indigenous people. We need to empower them to integrate some of these technical, to change the way they do things because it's evolving. How a farmer used to farm 30 years ago is not how they need to farm these. So we need to come to meet at a consensus to ensure we bridge the capacity and skills. Second is on land ownership. And it is really saddening when indigenous people who are the custodians of land, who have protected our land, fail, or rather due to these barriers, they do not have access to land ownership. So most of the time, they are not allowed to make decisions because they do not own this land. They do not have a say of what needs to be done. So we also need to look at some of cultural barriers to ensure these communities, these indigenous people, the youths have access to land ownership, and not only land ownership, but are able to make decisions on what they need to be done. And finally, another challenge is on financial constraints. Little do we have finance dedicated for these communities. If a community wants to scale up restoration, where will they get these title deeds that they will take to banks for them to get these loans? We need to rethink our financial mechanisms to ensure these indigenous communities have a say, they can equally get these finances, and more importantly, they need to be at decision table. It's so sad that I do not see an indigenous person when we are discussing these critical matters. We need to empower them for them to advocate and for them to make decisions, to sit at panels and to elaborate the issues that concern them, the issues that the issue that relate to them. And I can say at UNCCD in Riyadh, we saw an entire day that was dedicated for indigenous people, and it was a big win because we saw all indigenous people from all over the world dressed in their traditional clothes, and they were speaking in their languages, advocating and raising critical matters of land. So we need them to be present, to be given space to be, first of all, they need to be consulted. We have to put their ideas. They need to be involved to contribute, and also they need to be treated as equal partners, and finally they need leadership. You can't just invite them to give their views, and when it comes to leadership, we omit them. If we do that, we will have won the race for restoration, and we'll have given them power to ensure they protect our land. Thank you.
Wow. We'll talk a little bit more about that, what the indigenous communities are able to get out of Riyadh. Dr. Minan, the panel previously just talked about or mentioned 30 by 30 goals. So I'd like to connect what they said and what we're talking about now. So how can we better align the degradation, the land degradation neutrality targets with the global biodiversity framework's 30 by 30 conservation goals?
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks to the organizers for inviting us and for giving us the opportunity. I think your question is a really, really important one. One of the things that I'll start off with, I think Catherine alluded to that a lot in the previous conversation, and some other interventions from the floor did allude to that. I think one of the missing gaps in the current restoration and land degradation efforts that we have in terms of looking at how it connects to the ambitions in the biodiversity one is really knowledge and data. I think there is a huge disconnect in that sense. First of all, I think coming from as a scientist that has been following this for a lot of years, I think the biggest issue we have is a simplification of fighting desertification to planting trees, and not really looking at ecosystem approaches to land degradation.
Planting trees is not the correct solution?
I don't think so, because I'll go back to history. Yeah, we've had several programs: 1 billion trees campaign, trillion tree campaigns. We've had many governments planting trees. If they were growing trees, we would not be planting anymore. But we plant trees, we walk away, and nobody grows them. That's why we keep planting and planting and planting. We really need to think about moving from a planting trees perspective to a growing trees perspective, and to restoring ecosystems perspective. If we don't adopt that change, we will keep planting trees and go nowhere. This is really a big disconnect, because for you to make sure that there is a connection between land degradation efforts, restoration efforts, and the 30 by 30, you need to make sure that you are adopting an ecosystem restoration approach. That's the big difference. And that's where the knowledge comes in. That's where the science comes in. That's where the data comes in. And I do feel that in all of those discussions, I think one of the important things to make that change would be for us to bring our Treasury Ministers of Finance into the discussion. Why do I say that? I think the previous panel did make allude a lot to investments to private sector. What we don't talk enough about is domestic investments and what difference domestic investments can make. We need to make sure that we are showing governments that, and bringing finance people into the conversation, that the investments in these kinds of things, in biodiversity, in land restoration, can actually influence the way we grow economically. Green growth, a big path to green growth is part of that investment, even nationally. I'll give you a small example. At ECRAF, what we've been trying to do over the last year and a half is to look at government's 15 billion plan ambition and to say, if we assumed that in those 15 billion trees, we succeeded to grow just 1 billion trees that are economic trees.
That means trees you can cut down for other purposes.
Not cut down, where you can harvest other commodities from them, you
like
can
fruits.
get other services from them in ways that are sustainable and grow the economy, create green jobs for that. And we realize that if you take 8 of the top 3 commodities in Kenya, coffee, cashew, macadamia, gum arabica, oranges, mangoes, you don't cut down those trees, but you get stuff out of them, right? If you only planted 1 billion of those trees, you would be creating over 10 years a $56 billion economy. That's equivalent to the strength of tourism in Kenya's economy. That's where the difference is. So we are wanting to see, we can have those conversations with the Ministry of Finance, with Treasury. Will that spur some investment into the tree planting efforts themselves so that it changes the green growth trajectory of the country? It creates a lot of jobs. We estimated that for every single hectare of trees for which value is added for these economic trees, you are able to generate 12 jobs per hectare. Just a simple example. One of the trees we considered in Kenya is gum arabica. Gum arabica grows, is an acacia tree, and you harvest the gum. It grows naturally in 65% of Kenya's land. At the moment, Sudan makes $100 million from gum arabica next door, with almost the same area suitable for gum arabica and that same plant growing naturally in Kenya. Do you know how much Kenya makes?
Zero.
No, $200,000. 100 million from one part, $200,000 from the other. And it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Yes, they've grown more of those trees, but if you look at only what is naturally occurring, when you drive in the drier parts of Kenya, Marsabit, Turkana, you find these trees, and once they get broken, you see gum oozing out of that. You just need to train people to harvest that, and there is a whole economy up and running. So I think it's really important to think about innovation, to think about knowledge, to think about a more systemic approach to things to be able to achieve what we want to achieve. I'll stop there.
I have so many follow-up questions, but I'll come back to that. David, you have experience with multilateral processes. The COP, UNCCD, whichever COP is a multilateral process, which don't seem to be achieving much for Africa right now. Whichever one of the COP you want to pick, don't seem to be achieving much for Africa right now. Are they a waste of time?
Thank you for that very good question. Before I participated in my very first COP, I held the same thoughts, that it is a complete waste of time. But then I was forced, because of the nature of my engagement in the processes, to participate in especially the UNFCCC COP, which looks like is a prom queen of the 3 conventions. And I like to metaphorically look at them as 3 sisters. One of them is a prom queen, the other one is a nerd, which is UNCBD, gets their stuff done quietly and walks out, has impact. The other one is an introverted sister who remains kind of in the closet until they are brought out to the limelight, which is UNCCD. And that's what happened after 13 years. I don't think they are a complete waste of time. it is true that Africa has not been reaping as much as it should have. And indeed, in fact, the entire planet has not been reaping as much as it should have in the conversations around. But let's imagine a world where there is no common agenda that brings the entire member states, for example, 193, to the UN Environment Assembly, let's say 198 at UNCCD. Why would these people have a conversation? Where would dialogue occur? That's one value. The second value that I find in those COPs is what happens around the negotiation rooms instead of inside the negotiation rooms. Because indeed, for example, when people got to Baku, conversations had already been held in the intersessionals in Bonn, and it's usually a ceiling. What we see is like, is like a wedding. That's the wedding day. But the courtship, the wooing, the in-laws have met, the discussions have been done, the marriage is done.
Yes.
Yeah? But this is a ceremony. That's why in Kenya we say, ndoa ni yenu, harusi ni yetu. The marriage is yours, but the wedding is ours. We who are not getting married. I think it is important to continue having those conversations, but the trajectory has got to change. One of the things that I would like to celebrate in the person of Patricia is that for the very first time, I think in the history of my engagement, we have had a meaningful, intentional engagement of a young delegate as a negotiator. But that is not enough. There is a lot to learn, for example, from colleagues from Europe. I have seen Germany bring 17-year-olds to just observe as part of, or as part of the negotiators. I think there's still enough that we can learn from. Let's not focus on what has gone wrong. Let's focus on what could go right. But it is time now, I think, we also reconsider, do we, for example, need a UNFCCC COP every year? Because it's like when we are getting to the next COP, when we are going to Belém, we'll already be discussing Australia while in Belém. It happened in Dubai, we were discussing Baku while we are there. So it's like, we are not even ready to conclude the matters at hand. And I do know that the definition, the simple definition Mr. Njoroge taught me of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. We've been doing the same thing over and over and getting worse and worse results. So it's worse than insanity. But I don't think
it's not a waste of time, regardless.
It's not a waste of time. It is an important convening platform because dialogue must take place. Whether we like it or not, that is the way to proceed.
So as dialogue takes place and all these decisions being taken, what is the disconnect between taking that the outcomes of those dialogues and translating them into actionable things on the ground that even the people here can say, yes, my country went to Riyadh and this, I can see progress in my village as a result of the talks in Riyadh?
It's just like in this room. I want to empathize with colleagues who are hearing these terminologies, NB sub, substar, and all this being thrown around. It reminds me of my first day at UNEP. I walked out feeling like I would vomit because I did not understand any of the things they were talking about. The large disconnect I see is that it is still largely an elitist conversation. It's a conversation that is held by a small clique of people who seem to understand and come up with new abbreviations and acronyms every other time. And it is not meant for my grandmother who's suffering the biggest brunt, for example, of the effects of land degradation, climate change, and so on. What needs to happen is that, first of all, we've got to be intentional in enshrining these conversations in our curriculum. When we are talking, for example, as let's have free primary school education, what's the content of that? Without demeaning it in history, I think it would be far more important for my child now to get to understand climate diplomacy, land degradation as components at the diplomatic level rather than study about how, for example, Vasco da Gama came and built a tower. Because in any case, they will end up in Malindi someday, and they will see that bill and they will ask, what the hell is this? And they will be able to read by themselves. They can read it in English. If we integrate this intentionally. Second thing, we as Kenya host an international, a global resource that is hardly known and hardly utilized. Going back about 11, 12 years back, I did not know, despite writing exams and passing, that UNEP was actually 30 shillings from Nairobi. And I can assure you that very many students, including those of professor here, who are studying international relations, have never set foot in the UNEP. They still believe it's a place for excellencies and distinguished delegates, and they don't consider themselves as such. one of the intentional reasons for why I chose to run for regional facilitator was to bring together colleagues who've never heard of the UNEP and just making sure that they get to UNEP, just to get there. Because I know what that one photo at Karibuni means to somebody. It's a paradigm shift. We've got to lower these conversations to levels intentionally that people can understand from a very early age. In fact, as I conclude, I thought that when they say my community, and people will know from Kenya where I come from when I say this, is very notorious for butchering people's names and names of places. So I actually thought when they said that UNEP is in Gigiri, they meant Gilgil, because in my native language, my people call it Gigiri. So Girigiri and Gigiri are not very far off. So when I was doing my exams even in high school, I thought they were saying that UNEP is somewhere in Gilgil. And so I could not imagine myself traveling all the way to attend a session. Number two, they think it's only ambassadors and government representatives that can enter the UNEP and participate meaningfully. So major groups engagement mechanisms should be lowered as well and cascaded. We work with universities as well to not only international relations students and those who are involved in diplomatic conversations and studies, but to everybody else who works on this planet, to know that UNEP is the only global UN headquarters in the entire global south, not in Africa, in the entire global south. What benefit are we reaping from the same? Colleagues like the DPRs we have here and the permanent representatives are usually very open to conversations and very welcoming. But when you see them, for example, when you see a red plate drive past you in Nairobi, the first thought is that you should not come close to that car. Woe unto you, you meet the second coolest guy after Cristiano Ronaldo, that is Miguel, and you have an easy conversation with them. They are thinking of establishing something like the group of friends, where government and member state officials get to sit with anybody who walks around into the conversations in the UNEP. We've got a resource we've got to bring down and cascade it to the people.
Maybe by the time we leave, you can tell the people here who've never been how they can access it. Yeah, so Patricia, conversations about gender are usually hot topics at the COP, whichever COP. So I'd like to know the dynamics that go into that conversation when it comes to matters of land, knowing that in our context as Africa, women don't traditionally own the land, even though they provide the majority of the labor in this, on this land. So what are these conversations like when you talk about desertification and gender and women?
Thank you very much. And for in UNCCD COP, we had the gender gap that was passed, and this seeks to create a clear dimension when we talk about desertification, when we talk about land degradation, what percent or rather impact to men, women and young people. And now gender comes in this dynamic. When we were negotiating about land tenure, I happened to sit in some of the contact groups, and the question was, should it be gender sensitive? You know, these critical terms that when you are studying in English, they seemed never to make sense. And in negotiations, actually in the land desertification, the key critical is on land tenure, because majority of countries still hold into their cultural beliefs that women should not own land, or that women should not inherit land. And also I would like to thank the government of Kenya, because through a lot of policies we've seen this dimension change, whereby up to date, I can inherit land. But at negotiations, when we talk about restoration, if you look at UNCCD, or rather you look at the efforts on land restoration, protection of this land, sustainable land use management, 90% of them, about 90% of them are spearheaded by women. And we'll draw from Wangari Maathai. Her, with her movement, she was able to turn around the conversation. So at negotiations, it's all about women having equal rights as men, having the power to own, to inherit, and also to make decisions on how to negotiate. And this year, happening to sitting in a negotiation for the first time, I saw how diplomacy really works, because every country has their own views, they have their own cultural, their own, all these things. And at some point, I paused and asked myself, are these really diplomats? Because if you look at ground level and you listen to what is being discussed, at some time you feel disappointed because they are discussing or rather negotiating from a point, allow me to use ignorant, because some things should not go when we talk to land ownership. Some are putting in using their cultural beliefs, others using their spiritual, using all these dimensions. But when you look at the end goal of restoration, who bears the brand? Who are the key custodians of this restoration? And when we go back now to land ownership and indigenous people and the local communities, I was very happy because through this negotiation and through all this, we were able to get the Indigenous Sacred Declaration. And this is a big win, especially for gender equality, or rather for women, because there will be now a dedicated fund specifically for indigenous people in restoration. Second, the UNCCD processes says through the negotiation, they have recognized we have indigenous pastoralists, and they will be now the key custodians of rangeland. And rangeland was one of the new key terms in the UNCCD conversation. So having this negotiation and people looking at gender, not only by being a woman or man, but looking beyond the attainment of this convention, I can say it's a big win. And more importantly, because through the indigenous aspect and the local communities, this is where we find these women who tire every day protecting, promoting sustainable land use management. And if we are going to have this fund dedicated for them, it will mean meaningful engagement for these women. And also they will be empowered, because for the first time in 30 years since UNCCD was formed, for the first time last year we had an Indigenous People Forum. And you can wonder, for 30 years, where were these indigenous people? Where was the voice of local communities? Where was the voice of gender, or rather for women? And through this negotiation, we've seen them bear fruits, and we've seen even member states trying to now come to a consensus that we need to use gender sensitive when we are talking about land ownership, land degradation, matters related to promoting land.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Mneng, I'd like to pick up from what you'd mentioned earlier, tree growing. You talked about tree growing. I want to put that into context. When you look at Africa's degraded desert lands, and since we're in Kenya, let's use Kenya for example. You're up in the arid north, and the Chalbi Desert is expanding. Other deserts in Africa are also expanding. Desertification is becoming a really big problem, even in Kenya. What does tree growing look like in such desert conditions like Chalbi Desert? So that if I live in Marsabit and I want to grow a tree, what is it I need to do? Considering water is a problem, water scarcity in these areas, what would be the practical things that these communities need to do in order to restore their land?
Thanks, Zainab. How many days do I have? No, on a serious note, I think that's where science matters. That's where science comes in. Definitely, you wouldn't grow every kind of tree in the desert. Yeah, there are specific trees that we're able to grow in the desert. The water requirements are different. And so you have to think about what is the right tree for the right place. That's a really important question. The reason being that where you are, the moment you go below 400 millimeters of rainfall, there is a significant jump in the cost of growing a tree from an irrigation perspective. So you need to think about where do you optimize your tree growing options between, let's say, 500 millimeters and, somewhere, and upwards, right? But once you look at the rainfall, there is a huge difference in the cost of growing a tree. That's why I said, when we plant trees, because for most parts of Kenya, which is mostly arid, you would need to have very serious water considerations to plant trees and to grow trees. Because once we come and plant them and we go away, that critical period where water is needed and to tend it over and over for at least another 16 months for it to take root and become something serious. We don't do that. When we plant these trees, we don't plant for that. That's what I mean by growing a tree, right? We plant it, it's a ceremony, oh, very well, we are gone. We counted, we planted 30,000, full stop. If we don't have people own it and actually grow it, that's why the best way is what she was talking about. The people planting it and looking after them because they own it and they know what they are doing, right? That's the difference. And I think we need to, we at eCraft, we have an app, that tree grower app, that for every point in Kenya, with a geo-reference, actually, it's now East Africa. If you choose a point, it can tell you what is the best tree that can grow in that place. Free. Just on your mobile phone. It's free. It can tell you what the requirement, what tree you can grow there, what are the requirements, water, and everything. But I also want to say that from a bigger perspective, from a broader perspective, I think somebody from sitting up there in the previous session said that we are not even using the data that we currently have. And that's true. All of the information that we have, we are not using. I'll give you a simple example. On the continent, right now in Africa, 80%, 70%, between 60 and 80% of our population depend on land in some form or another, farm, forest, whatever. But when you look at the total investments that are going into climate change on the continent per year, which is 30 billion US dollars, thereabout, only 14% is spent on land. Only 14%. What does that mean? That means all of the data that we have in the IPCC that, you know, people are most affected by land, water, agriculture, forestry, is not being considered in the investments that we are making in terms of climate change. And that tells you that the trajectory of impact will continue significantly. We need to rethink how much and how we are investing in terms of, you know, land, in terms of agriculture, because that's where, and water, that's where the most impact is felt. In terms of biodiversity loss, that's where the most impact is felt. But in the overall investment, as far as climate change is concerned, it's only a small percentage, 14%, compared to the overall impact of 80%. And that's where we need to be thinking about a tree when we plant for it, not only the seedling and the transport to go and plant it, but the money that is required to water it and to put insecticides in cases where they are needed so that the tree can grow and survive. Thank you.
Great. I just very quickly, since you're talking about tree growing right now, look at the Great Green Wall. Is there something that other degraded lands can learn from that project?
I think one thing can be learned is the political goodwill and the drive that is there to do it. Whether or not we've succeeded enough in the Great Green Wall to say there are actual good lessons to learn and bring to Kenya, I have question marks. And I say this because I remember when I was going for the COP in Abidjan, which was the one before, COP 15. On the plane, because normally I would download a lot of articles to read as I'm going on the plane. On the plane, I had downloaded a BBC article that talked about how are we doing on restoring our land in the world, which was a special issue for the COP. And then I read this thing, 20 by, you know, the 20 by 20 in Latin America. They put the land that has been restored. They talk about all the several initiatives. When it came to the Great Green Wall, you know what was there? Data not available. Yeah? That hit me very clearly about are we actually using all the technologies that are available to monitor what we are doing? How do we learn when we are not recording what we are doing? How do we learn and improve if we are not bringing science and data and understanding whether we are doing well or not doing well? I think that's an important question to ask. Not that things aren't happening in the Great Green Wall, but we are not documenting enough, we are not sharing enough, and so it's difficult for us in Kenya to directly learn from that.
Okay. David, back to you and multilateral. I'd like you to pick up from what Patricia said about diplomats and how wondering at these diplomats. One thing you hear a lot in the COP corridors is that the world leaders will say very rosy things during those world leaders forums and whatever, and make such significant promises and promise to come together and address this problem that the world is facing. But then, when their people get into those negotiating rooms, they turn into what Patricia said. Ignorant. The word you used was ignorant, yes. They turn into that. So this, of course, makes the COP process, whichever one, very a diplomatic process, as opposed to talking, because once we are facing a common problem, we are trying to solve a problem. How do you get everybody's agenda, or not necessarily agenda, how do you get everybody's minds to align that, hey, we have a problem, we need to solve problems. This is not the time to play politics. This is not the time to scatter around the bush. This is not the time to have hidden cards. We all must address this agenda. Do you think we're ever going to get there?
That's a very expectant question, because sometimes when I meet colleagues like our brother Tobias in the corridors of the AMSEN, and then I meet them at UNCCD, and then they tell me they have just come from Busan, I empathize with them truly. Because they negotiate from a government perspective, but there's actually a reality that they live and a reality they believe in. However, they are not representing their own views. They are representing views that are usually camouflaged in a term I don't like very much, national interests. And usually national interests, for example, in our context, tend to be political interests. That is why you will take note of a shift in diplomacy and our engagement every other time a new regime comes in. Because it is rarely about the problem at hand as you would want it to be. And in fact, these people sometimes don't actually believe in what they are fighting for. That's why I empathize with them. They actually believe sometimes in the exact opposite of what they are fighting for so hard. But they are employed to do jobs, and their jobs is to defend national interests. We have had significant strides in terms of bringing consensus alignment, for example, in diplomacy. I'll give an example of the Africa group. When I got interested into getting involved into diplomacy and all, Africa was largely fragmented and disjointed in terms of their positions. I don't want to attribute this to COVID, but after COVID, it's a post-COVID thing, I think, for me. That's my observation. There has been a lot of alignment in speaking as one position. I'll give an example at the UN Environment Programme. When we had the Committee of Permanent Representatives, sometimes the UN Environment Assemblies, especially UNEA 1 and 2, I think, and 3, you would hear dissenting voices from different African diplomatic spaces. And sometimes there would be factions. Because you can read, the good thing or the bad thing about diplomacy is that somebody might never call you a dog, but they will say a four-legged animal wagging a tail, and they haven't insulted you really, but they have insulted you. But I have noticed a shift. For example, nowadays, and this is on a practical level, the chair of the Africa group, for example, at the UN Environment Assembly, will issue a statement that has been agreed upon by several of the colleagues, or all of them nowadays. And then you will hear all the other member states coming later, not contending but aligning themselves with that. That tells you that we have made progress towards building consensus. But do not be fooled. The absence of war does not imply peace. In your own small rooms, there will be heated engagements and disagreements, just like it will happen with the EU as well. They might not share the same exact opinions and perspectives, but when they are coming out with an agreement, it's give and take. Okay, so I'll give you the podium so that I can have a seat, but you won't have a table. And that's diplomacy for you. And in the end, there is what is called consensus. That built consensus has got its benefits and disadvantages. Disadvantages are ambitions are cut down significantly. If you take the case of COP29, UNFCCC COP29, we in the civil society space were saying we would rather have no deal than have a bad deal. Because science did not lie in its estimates working with economists that we needed about $1.3 trillion every year if we are going to get somewhere with the climate crisis, with addressing that. And in fact, the range is 1.3 to 5 trillion, which could have changed by now. But we do remember that in Copenhagen, this was heralded as a finance COP, Yes. But what was Copenhagen in COP15? Finance COP. So it's sort of cyclic, like what in the Ecclesiastes the preacher will write. Nothing is new under the sun. It's just different terminologies. But I think there is progress in terms of building consensus, but we will not get to a point where I actually stand for what I believe. Consensus is what brought us to 330 billion against a projected minimum of 1.3. So if we were targeting the floor, we went to the basement. Yeah. And it was consensus, it was celebrated, it is an achievement. But we are not worried because we were promised $100 billion, I think in 10 years ago. Yeah. And that was per year. What we've gotten is 80 billion in the entire years.
Some argue that the 100 billion was actually met and exceeded.
Well, if it was supposed to be in kind, perhaps, because we don't have the data to demonstrate how we financed climate issues in kind. We don't have adequate data to qualify that. But if it was meant to be deposited as money that could be tangible, we have only gotten to slightly above 83 billion in the entire years, and we were targeting 100 billion per year. So we will never have consensus that comes as, an alignment of the truths that the heart holds. We are going to have consensus that is based on argumentative logics that drive us to having a common position, and sadly, sometimes for the sake of having a common position.
Okay, so I'd like to open the floor to the audience. Questions, comments, thoughts. There's a question over there. But as the mic gets to you, David, I'd just like you to talk to us very quickly about multilateral lenders and where their heart really is, because they have also been accused of lending to facilitate the problem as opposed to fixing the problem.
I would like to issue a disclaimer that I have friends in the Africa Development Bank and colleagues elsewhere, but I don't see it as a one-way problem. Multilateral development partners and financiers as well also have a problem locally, and that is also partly their problem. When, for example, funding is granted to address, let's say, we have not had clear funding mechanisms for land degradation and restoration, it's a shame, but we have a lot in climate finance, mitigation, adaptation, and so on. There is hardly, when I'm in the civil society perspective and I bid for a project on restoration, I am required to give financial and technical reporting as proof that the funding I got was utilized in the manner it was meant to, the outcomes, and in fact sometimes the impacts, which is an projected outcome. I'm required to do that, and that is a qualifier for the next funding. But it's sort of obvious, or it's ordinary, that we will get funding advanced to governments, advanced even sometimes to other financing institutions, and with no results to show for it, and then a second cycle comes in. And so it beats logic sometimes. I think multilateral development banks especially have got a responsibility in tightening the loose ends of making sure that we don't have the funding just to give. We have funding to create impact. But Africa as well, for example, should not be dependent on aid and aid alone. Are we saying that a lot has not been taken from Africa before and there's a right to reclaim? No. We are saying that looking at that as the only solution is actually missing the entire point. And in the same breath, I think when it comes, for example, to issues of data, rarely do we have a requirement for such projects to issue or such financing mechanisms to provide feedback data that is made public to demonstrate that whatever we have invested in, the return on investment is this. And usually the argument is that we made an investment, a quantitative investment, and now we are expecting a qualitative, outcome out of the same. I think it can still be qualified, because in any case, science about quantitative and qualitative data, it's not just about quantitative. So I do not think that they take the blame alone. I think we are also responsible. Accountability goes both ways.
Great. I think now we are ready to take the questions. Someone has a microphone here? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, moderator, and I want to also thank the panelists for very insightful contributions this afternoon. There are about 3 things I want to talk about. First is, I hope the University of Nairobi School of Diplomacy is here, because I've listened to the conversation that has gone around, that not so much of knowledge we are generating outside there to feed into international processes. That's part of the reasons why we decided to collaborate, so that we can exchange information in a free and frank way to be able to see how we can collectively contribute to solving global problems. So I hope that is something the scholars that are in the room are able to pick, and we'll like to work with them to be able to see a change in this, because I know the same problem also exists in the context of the IPPC. The second thing I want to say is that governments and non-governmental organizations do collaborate to solve global problems. So when we talk about climate change, or we talk about biodiversity, or we talk about land degradation, we don't look at it in terms of a problem for Kenya. No. When you change, for example, an ecosystem, let me give an example. If the Congo goes out today, the Congo belongs to the Congolese or the COMEFAC countries as a territorial resource. But if that resource goes, we'll have problems even with agriculture here. We'll have problems with water. We'll have problems with energy production. So in recognition of that, countries are able to see what is called shared public goods. And out of that, we are able to pull in resources to see how do we maintain something that helps all of us. So that is the spirit of the conversation we have. So when we go to meetings, even in Baku, of course, negotiations, you don't expect that somebody or some country will concede easily. It's a win-win. But no negotiator goes to a negotiation room with his own position or her own position. Negotiators, and I know I have friends here, we have been doing this, I can see my friend here, we're doing this even on plastics. So countries go to negotiations with very clear, well thought out, well reasoned, well intentioned actions out of it. Right now we are having problems with the intergovernmental negotiations on plastics, for example. We have agreed, all of us, 175 countries signed up at UNIA 5 that we have to do this. But last year, we were not able to achieve, because that resolution said by end of 2024. The only thing we can say that was successful out of that is 2 things. we were able to agree on the elements that should go into a treaty. And we are also to some countries, you are crossing the red line because that is their source of livelihood. So how then do we keep these groups of countries together to work with us in a manner that does not injure them economically and socially, but they contribute to the solution? That is the conversation. And that is the reason why we're calling for a forum like this, because when I hear you talk, I listen to you very clearly. And I listen to the other panelists, what you said. That is the kind of diversity that we had expected would come from this, because we are applying Chatham rules conversation here. So you can say whatever you want to say. You can disagree with me. I can also disagree with you. But at the end of the day, there is some kind of information that will come out of it, which is very, very useful. Having said that, the question I wanted to pose to the panel is this. Today, we have these problems with drought and desertification. And all over the world, we have countries and stakeholders pushing for two things: either a system-based approach, which is very clear to us, we know what it is. If you have a swampy area that has been degraded completely, return it to the way it was before, because it had specific functions. Then we have another kid that has come into the block that is loosely defined. I don't see any country that has agreed on it. Ecosystem-based, nature-based solutions. Some people say that this is a way of trying to avoid doing what you need to do, because there is the other interpretation that if you have, for example, a savanna grassland, and you want to convert a savanna into a woodland, what it means is that you are changing the way that ecosystem was naturally designed to perform the functions. Does that, or is there enough science to prove that if I have a savanna and decide to convert a savanna into an woodland, then I would be able to perform the same ecosystem services and functions that were desired? I think, Mr. Munene, you mentioned something that I would like to hear from you, but any other panel member can also respond. Thank you.
Dr. Minang, I think you'd also need to add your voice into that question. Yeah. Does anyone else have a question?
Good afternoon. My name is Martin Mushiri. I'm an advocate and also a student, a master's student pursuing an MA Environmental Law in this university. I must say I've really enjoyed this panel. I think you're giving some very practicable and also acceptable solutions. Now my question goes to Dr. Minan in particular, with respect to the issue of planting 1 million economic trees. Has this proposal been pushed forward to the government, and what is the response on it? Because much as there's questions of national interests and political interests, and when you talk about planting trees versus growing trees and how there's usually PR gimmicks on planting trees, to me it sounds like a very good idea. It's a win-win because you get the PR win and also change people's lives. And if you have given that proposal, what is the challenge then that you are facing with government officials? I have looked through this publication, and I see some of the contributors and those who are working at the ministry are quite intelligent people. So I would wonder then, why wouldn't such simple solutions be acceptable to government? Thank you.
We'll take one last question and then take answers. Any question? Oh, it's all the way that side. Ladies, you don't have questions?
Thank you. My name is Washe Kazungu. I work with a German think tank called TMG Research. And we've done a lot of work on the UNCCD, specifically the land tenure decision. But I have comments, and then I'll end with just a brief about the land tenure decision. But the comments, first from what Monene said about the climate change COP, I think it's worth considering for the people who have the power in the room to propose, just like the other COPs, to start meeting every 2 years. Now this is contentious, and I know, but when I think about it, it feels like every year at the beginning, every country has to prepare for COP, not to prepare for what they will do in between COPs. And I mean, it's worth considering for all the actors within that climate change space. Do we need to go back to 2-year cycles, even though I understand that the problem is urgent, and this is probably why we ended up having annual COPs. The second comment I have is for Dr. Peter. You mentioned this app from ICRAF, where depending on where you are in Kenya or East Africa, you can know which type of tree you're supposed to plant, which I think is a very good idea. And I personally heard about this app today. But what I want to pose not only to the presenters, but to all of us in the development world, in the non-government world. A lot of times we develop, and I'm also guilty of this in the work I've done. A lot of times we develop tools and nice solutions that are very practical. Like what you mentioned makes a lot of sense. It's very practical for everyone. Even people who are not in this industry, it would make sense even at the individual level for my own farm just to do this. But I think in our nonprofit work, we do a lot of work that is really good, and we somehow believe that because the work is good, it will speak for itself. It means people will adopt this thing just because we believe this is a good solution. And oftentimes it's really good solutions. So and maybe this would go also to the donors and development partners. Maybe we should start considering how to market tools. If a project or a program is about developing a tool that people should use, we should also consider marketing these tools or some form of publicity before the end of the program to ensure as many people can adopt it. I'll use an example of how far we need to go in terms of marketing. Kenyans in the room, you know of this M-Pesa, everyone uses M-Pesa and everything, which is very practical, very efficient. We've used it for now 15, 17 years as Kenyans. It works perfectly, yet we still see them marketing and publicizing this simple feature. So something for us to consider. Maybe we need to also think about the solutions we develop. How do you market them to the masses? How do you ensure more people will adopt these solutions beyond just saying this is a nice solution and everyone would probably use this? So this is something we should all consider. And third, just to mention one key decision that was also passed during the UNCCD at COP16 in Riyadh. I was there. There was a decision for countries to also consider nominating a focal point for land tenure. And I want to mention this because this is additional expertise to support this convention. I don't know if it's Peter or Munena who described this convention as the introvert sister. The small one, yes, the introvert sister. I think part of what makes UNCCD the smaller convention is the profile of the convention is small. When I compare to the other conventions, the UNFCCC has a big profile. Even the teams at the national level dealing with this convention, it's a big team. You'll find we have the envoy from the presidential side. That's a lot of political goodwill already. Then at the ministry level, you have the focal point. You also have a gender focal point. You also have someone who's an expert on adaptation, someone who's an expert on climate finance. This to me is just additional expertise that helps enhance or progress the agenda at the national level. The UNCCD has this limitation, in my opinion, and one we need to enhance. Increase the expertise even in the ministry teams so that any thematic area that is being covered by that convention, there's someone who can dedicate more time to enhancing it at the national level, and therefore when decisions are passed at COP, we can maximize the intended output of these decisions at the national level. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I guess this is the point where we say national media, we can help you with marketing. We can help you to market that tool, and Joe there would be happy to have a conversation with you about that. Yes, so maybe you could go first. all the questions have touched on you.
No, thanks. Very, very valid and useful comments. I'll start with my TMG brother. I think I concede. Scientists are really the worst. Is it? Yes. Scientists are the worst marketers. That I agree with you. I respect that. And we are trying to do our best to market that. And here is the problem we normally have, just in 30 seconds. As scientists, we want to have the perfect thing before we put it out. And if you look at that tool, it has thousands and thousands of tree species, data that you have to bring together. TMG does a lot of work on soil. We have to do a lot of work on soil to look at the soil data, the feasibility, integrate all of that to put that out. So it's continuously upgraded, and because we are so busy with that, we don't really market, but we need to do the marketing. That I concede and I agree. And we can have a conversation, as Zainab said. My brother, the lawyer who spoke, I mean, look, when we did this model, you know, the ministry would be happy to see. I remember when I first presented this to the peers, he said, Peter, I thought you were coming to talk to me about how we can improve the tree planting, but here you are telling me about a whole new economic model. And this is great. The problem here is that if you look at the way we cost our programs, like the 15 billion trees, right? The way we will cost it is normally say, oh, how much does a seedling cost? How much would the transport to go and plant it? We are not looking at how much do you need to bring the tree to maturity, to 3 years, to 4 years? What is the value chain investment that is required, right? Even though I tell you that at the end of that chain is 56 billion US dollars, competing with tourism per year at 5.4 billion. The problem with that is that when I work out my economics, the minimum investment that you would require would be anything in the order of 3.5 billion US dollars. But that's over 10 years. But the biggest investment should happen in the first 5 years. Now, that's where the challenge is figuring out with the ministry, how do we have a phased approach to try and bring this thing to life? What are the trees that we can start off with? Where do we start? Those are the kinds of questions that we've been talking about. But I can tell you, at least in the ministry, they've been very receptive, and there is a discussion ongoing. And we haven't gotten to finance yet. We started with environment and climate change. We need to go to agriculture, because some of the trees are agricultural trees. They should be integrated in farms. So there is a whole challenge of working across ministries, you know, that is there. But it should be work in progress, and that early investment in terms of moving, that is where the challenge is. But there is a good reception. These guys are smart. They see it. It's how to do it that really is the challenge. To my brother, sorry I didn't get your name. I'm not the best person with names. He didn't say. Okay. But he told me already. So Tobias, look, as a scientist and being in this field for 30 years, I was doing this way before all the conventions started picking up on all of these things. I hate definitions. NBS is not a theory that I'm very interested in. With the students and my team, I always tell them one thing. I don't care about whether you call them NBS. Name for me the practices that you would implement. Because when you come down to practice level, I'll just give you one example, like agroforestry. For me, agroforestry cuts right across. Whether you are looking at CBD, whether you are looking at climate change, whether you are looking at land degradation and restoration. And if you go back to the IPCC report on land, the IPCC report on land doesn't talk about NBS. it lists a number of practices, and for each practice tells you what is the cost, how much data is available on the cost, how much data is available on what impact you can get, and what data is available on the challenges. To me, that's the most, if many people who know me around when I present, that's my best page of the IPCC report. Because in 2 pages, it gives you for every land action, what is the cost, what are the benefits, and what are the challenges. To me, that's the reference book. It's not about whether it's called, NBS or what it's called, nature-based solutions or whatever. For me, it's the practice. What does it mean? And the practices are really to very fine levels, very well defined. That's, for me, a very practical way of approaching what should we be doing. Because if you go back to the investments that I talked about, when I put those practices and I put the cheapest and the most expensive, you realize that a lot of our investments are going to the expensive things that we like. The cheap things that are easily investable and doable, we are investing in them. And that is what really matters to gender sensitivity. That's what really matters to financial efficiency. And that's where, for me, the whole tragedy of not using data, not using even the science that is available, becomes the biggest problem. I think, I don't know if I responded to all of the questions. Thank you.
Munene?
It's, I know Tobias was very direct with me about nature-based solutions and ecosystems-based, because he knows that it's been an uphill task getting to the definitions. And Dr. Peter is right that in the end, it's not definitions that matter or count. But unfortunately, for us to get policy that will support now those actions, we need to agree on that definition. And that definition will only be agreed upon, usually not by scientists, but by diplomats. So they have to get a buy-in. For example, our sister Patricia talked about the celebration of the establishment of caucuses for indigenous peoples and another one for local communities. In another convention, they don't have a problem with putting the two together. In another convention, they are killing each other because local communities are not indigenous peoples, and they disagree. To the extent that they have gone to defining, I think in some spaces, the local community, you qualify as a local community member if you have stayed in a place for 10 years, I think, which is a very short period because it's relatively, if a president wins twice in Kenya, it's one president, and you are a local community. The definitions in the diplomatic circles are important because they offer direction and reference points. The tragedy of it is that sometimes we dwell too much on the English around it, only for us to get to translation in Russian and we cannot get the equivalent of the same. And then we get to another UN language and we don't know what to call nature-based solutions or ecosystems-based solutions because we have negotiated largely, for example, in English, and it doesn't make sense to somebody, for example, in Romania in the end. But that's the work of diplomats. When Dr. Peter says that he has presented this brilliant idea of bringing value and generating value and even jobs in a country that has got unemployment as a significant problem to the PS, and the principal secretary could not really grasp perhaps everything about it. That largely is attributed to the fact that, number one, he's not an expert in everything. Number two, the buck stops with them, even technically. And so they are responsible for accepting anything on behalf of government, and they are responsible for the consequences of the same. I do think, as Advocate Mushiri talked about, the 1 million trees, the push that Dr. Peter, you asked whether he has given, until government has got a policy on that, enshrined somehow, we are just going to be politicking around it, and it might become a hot topic during the campaigns, if we are lucky. But after that, it becomes too difficult for legislators to be able to argue it out and to be able to put it into a policy that will be enacted then from a policy perspective. And that's why policy negotiations and discussions are very important, because they offer direction for implementations and the actions that we are engaging in. But I liked what Dr. Peter said as well. We avoid and evade zero-cost solutions and rush to the ones that have got, you know, fantastic and sophisticated titles and names around them and perhaps long. And they're usually very expensive. Our indigenous science did not require huge investments into restoring and maintaining lands. It did not require a lot of it. If you look at the forest communities, for example, how much of resources do they ask from government to be able to live harmoniously with the forest? None. If we go back to our traditional, and I think most Kenyan communities are like this, if you ever fetched firewood, when you were very small, your parents would be very categorical. We are not cutting down a tree. Go harvest the dry twigs, because tomorrow we shall need the same tree. That is indigenous science, but culturally we pass knowledge orally and through songs, folk, and not documentation in writing. There was the question about, by Kazungu, about marketing the apps. And I think, if I remember correctly, Dr. Philip Osano could correct me on this. They had started something about, I think, communications for science or something of the sort, something related to that, where then science would be communicated in a way that it would be understood. So I think this is where Dr. Peter would need Zainab, not just as a Nation Media Group, and Joe Ageo, but need them as communicators who are able to get a bit of the perfect scientific solutions that you would like to present, and then package them easily for David and some other colleagues who are not scientists to be able to make sense out of it. And I'll give an example of, I think it's Homa Bay, Gladys Wanga, the governor. She went to COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, and then attended a side event where an app was being sort of, you know, talked about. And they were saying that they can be able to geotag a plot of land and identify for you the kind of crops that you need, the time to plant, the expected rainfall in millimeters, the precipitation, and how long it will take that crop for the crop to mature. But when she came back with her team, the interesting thing was that that app had been existent from I don't know when, because KALRO, before it was even KALRO, had already gotten funding, the Kenya Agricultural Livestock and Research Organization. By the time it was still Kenya Agricultural Research Organization alone, they already had that app that could geotag your land. So what did the governor do? At COP28 in Dubai, she presented this, and it was interesting how science, technology can be brought down to the ground. So she followed the people that were making the presentation about the app and asked them, so how can I set up this in my community? And it was difficult to get them. But she followed at the Africa Climate Summit, and this is where these conversations now, the likes of COPs, are important. I said not exactly what's happening inside the room, but what's happening around those rooms. She followed up and found the same contact, and they said, okay, the governor is too much. We'll go and see what, you see, have a meeting, tick a box, and then we are done. So when they went, she asked, what exactly do you need for us to set this up? And she was told, we need a room. Okay. So she said, hold on. Can I get my officers? Go show them the rooms we have within the complex. Is there one that is empty? And they said, this is the one we want. Okay, so what else do we need? We need to set an IT center and all that and so on and so forth. And she did set up that in 6 months, and they launched it. Now, farmers in Homa Bay, I hope it still works to date, are able to call and speak in Tholuo and ask about what should I plant here on my land. And it doesn't have to be a smartphone. They even have a USSD code and a dedicated hotline that a farmer could call. Now they know when to plant. Interestingly, the yield at subsistence level has increased significantly.
They've
so I think
expanded it into a climate information center.
You see, exactly. So that's a practical solution of how what we have in the conversations around diplomacy, discussing policy, can be translated into something on the ground that actually helps communities to do that. And I would really love to also know about the app, because I've had it for the first time here. I'm not surprised because you're a scientist, and but we would love to really take the word out and also download it and test it ourselves, share the bugs that we have experienced, and give feedback on the same. Yeah.
Great. We need to wind up this day and this conversation, so I'd just like to give each of you 20 seconds to say your final thoughts, starting with you, Patricia.
Thank you very much. What I would like to say is about youth involvement in land sector. I know UNCCD has been lagging behind, but for the first time we had youth land negotiators for the first time. We also have youth engagement strategy 2024 that shows how young people can really engage with UNCCD, the policy and how they can meaningfully contribute to land related issues. And the last one for young people, it is high time we invest in land, in value addition in the land sector. If you do not have access to land, there is an entire value chain in the land sector that we can tap into. We can contribute into decision. We can offer our innovation, our technological capacity to ensure we protect our land, because if we fail to do so, we will inherit degraded landscapes, or we will inherit lands that will offer small yield. So the task is up to us to ensure we contribute and we see land as an entity, or rather as an incentive, not as something that mixed with soil gives us that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Minang.
No, thanks. I would really like to see a little bit more science and more data going into diplomacy, into negotiations, but also into how we actually translate that into action on the ground. But more importantly, having been involved in all the 3 conventions, I do feel the necessity for poorer countries like ours. I'm from Cameroon, and I feel like as a poor country, we really need to start thinking about the conventions as one, and having a strategy one level below the negotiations and the diplomacy in terms of how do we implement this together in a more efficient way, so that we can be more efficient in the way we achieve green growth and development.
Thank you, Munene.
Yeah, I would like to end by inviting all colleagues who are in the room who are specifically, allow me to be selfishly Pan-African, who are Africans, that we've got an engagement mechanism for any person through the UNEP major groups and stakeholders that you could sign up to, even through just our simple WhatsApp group, and then you'll start getting communication about how you can engage in the processes. Perhaps as the conveners of these conversations issue a report, then we can be able to give out a link for colleagues to be able to join that conversation. Lastly, it might sound complex and sophisticated when we are speaking about it here, but really it's about life. It's life spoken in a language that is perhaps a bit different that you could get to understand. Lastly, just start where you are with what you have and do what you can. Don't try to be Peter, don't try to be Zainab, don't try to be David, because you are a unique entity. It would be a very boring world if you are doing the same things at the same time, exactly the same way.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your insightful words. I hope we've all learned something here today, and we hope maybe you'll still be around tomorrow for more of these engagements. And yes, Joe and I will definitely be having a chat with you. We'll definitely be having a chat with you, how we can help each other, not just help you, but help each other, because at the nation we have a lot of content around the climate space, and we are always looking for more and more content. So definitely we'll help each other. Please have your seat. So as we've come to Thank you. So as we've come to the end of the day, it's very important to go over what we have learned today and what were the key takeaways for the day today. So maybe you can grab your notebook where you're making your notes and see what you've learned today. And to wrap this day up for us, I'd like to call upon Dr. Fatuma Abdulatif Abdallah, the Deputy Director, Foreign Services, if she's in the room.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good afternoon. The summary of today's session is as follows. At the welcome remarks, the Principal Secretary, Dr. Korir Sing'oei, emphasized the significance of environmental diplomacy within Kenya's foreign policy and highlighted the country's ongoing collaboration with the University of Nairobi to focus public, academic, and student engagement on global governance issues. He expressed concern over the resurgence of climate denialism, warning that it threatens to erode hard-won progress in combating climate change despite overwhelming evidence of its impact, including droughts, floods, and wildfires. Reflecting on 2023's key global environmental forums, including COP16 on biodiversity, COP29 on climate change, and negotiations on a global plastics treaty, he acknowledged some progress but lamented the failure to reach consensus on a new collective climate finance target beyond the previous $100 billion Paris Agreement commitment. He stressed the need for continuous engagement between global meetings to maintain momentum in addressing climate challenges. In concluding, he reiterated Kenya's commitment to strengthening environmental governance and urged sustained discussions to bridge gaps in international environmental policymaking. At the high-level segment, Mr. Seiler emphasized the need for greater attention to the vulnerability of African cities, which remains overlooked despite large urban populations. He highlighted the UN Habitat's commitment to sustainable urban development, citing its participation in key environmental forums such as the African Urban Forum of 2024 and its endorsement of the Nairobi Declaration at the Africa Climate Summit of 2023 as a framework for urban sustainability. In Kenya, he acknowledged ongoing partnerships, including the Affordable Housing Initiative within the State Department for Housing and a Waste Management Program in Mombasa, Nakuru, and Taita Taveta through the Waste Wise Cities tool. Expressing gratitude for Kenya's collaboration, he emphasized the UN Habitat's commitment to strengthening partnerships and exploring new opportunities for sustainable development. Ambassador Bain Rassam underscored the critical role of diplomacy in advancing the global environmental agenda, emphasizing its function in fostering dialogue, negotiating climate solutions, and promoting sustainable resource use. He called for a concerted transition to renewable energy, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and the adoption of sustainable agricultural practices while advocating for Africa's self-determined environmental strategies. Acknowledging Kenya's leadership in hosting climate conferences and engaging international stakeholders, he urged continued collaboration toward global climate solutions. Principal Secretary Dr. Engineer Festus Ng'eno focused on addressing the triple planetary challenge and Kenya's pivotal role in climate diplomacy. He highlighted Kenya's leadership in global climate governance, including hosting of the Africa Climate Summit of 2023 and chairing the Committee of African Heads of State on Climate Change, CAHOSC. Kenya remains a key player as the host of UNEP and UN Habitat and is committed to hosting the 7th United Nations Environment Assembly of 2025 this year. He reaffirmed Kenya's ambitious climate goals, including a transition to 100% renewable energy by 2030 and circular waste management policies. Looking forward, he emphasized the need for regional and international coordination in ecosystem restoration, aligning with SDG 13 and SDG 15. He concluded by celebrating the launch of Celebrating 60 Years of Kenya's Environmental Diplomacy as testament to Kenya's commitment to climate action through strengthened partnerships and policy implementation. On his part, the Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary of Foreign Affairs welcomed the symposium as pivotal opportunity to review progress from major international environmental conferences, and established Nairobi as a hub for regular global discussions on environmental diplomacy. He highlighted the need to leverage the presence of key COP presidencies and environmental organizations in Nairobi to enhance global leadership on environmental issues. Expressing concern over the impact of rapid development on global warming and biodiversity loss, he noted that current nationally determined contributions remain insufficient to meet Paris Agreement targets. He called for urgent corrective action to prevent mass extinction and land degradation, advocating for a drought resilience protocol to complement climate and biodiversity solutions. Acknowledging the global commitment to tackling climate change, he emphasized the need to mobilize all actors despite political, economic, and geopolitical challenges. He concluded by endorsing the symposium as a timely platform to synthesize actionable solutions and reaffirming Kenya's commitment to demystifying diplomacy as reflected in the Cabinet's recent approval of a sessional paper on diplomacy. The sessions on presentation of major outcomes of the key environmental meetings on the Pact for the Future, His Excellency Sebastian Groth and Excellency Tobias endorsed at this, mentioned that the Pact of the Future, which was endorsed at the Summit of the Future in September in 2024, provides a framework for stabilizing multilateralism through reforms in global governance, financial institutions, peace and security, youth engagement, and science, co-facilitated by Germany and Namibia, with Africa playing a key role. The pact was shaped through regional cooperation, including Kenya's civil society conference at UNEP Nairobi, which amplified youth and environmental concerns. The UN Secretary General established 6 working groups for implementation, with Germany and Kenya partnering to champion youth and climate action, including reaffirming the Paris Agreement and sustainable resource management. The pact, he mentioned, strengthens multilateral cooperation, addressing global climate and health crisis, while Namibia, through His Excellency Tanjeni Tobias, emphasized the need for partnerships, the need for digital transformation and inclusive policies to achieve Agenda 2030. On his part, the ambassador of Germany also underscored the importance of the following actions. Action 9, where UN member states made commitments to reaffirm Paris Agreement to limit temperature increase to 1.5 degrees centigrade. This has seen a lot of pushback from countries seeking to advance their development premised on exploitation of fossil fuels. Action 10 on the sustainable use and protection of the environment, especially pollution and responsible use of chemicals. There's pressure on multilateralism, and the rules-based international order and the pact was key in relieving the pressure. On COP16 to UN CBD, His Excellency Pedro Cortes Ruiz mentioned that the COP16 held in Cali, Colombia, focused on broad environmental issues, including the inclusion of vulnerable communities in negotiations and the intrinsic link between climate change and biodiversity loss. Key discussions covered traditional knowledge, indigenous participation, and the inclusion of African descent peoples in conservation efforts. Colombia proposed a global coalition for peace with nature, and the conference emphasized advancing the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Network through initiatives like the One Health approach. Pending issues on resource mobilization and reporting were mentioned that they'll be addressed in Europe. Mr. Jang, Deputy PR to UNEP Embassy of the Republic of Korea, highlighted that as INC 5, which was held on the 25th of November to 1st December 2024 in Busan, South Korea, that 100,000 participants gathered to address global plastic solution. This conference followed UNEA 5.2's resolution to create an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. Previous working group meetings took place in Uruguay, Paris, Nairobi, and Canada. The highlights for UNEA 6-7, which were briefed by Ms. Ham Murabitz on UNEA 6, hosted in Nairobi in 2024 and chaired by Nairobi. This was mentioned that the UNEA 6 addressed the pressing challenges of the triple planetary crisis, drought, and desertification. It provided a platform for inclusive engagement across governments, youth, academia, civil society, and scientists. The event produced 15 resolutions and a ministerial declaration reaffirming the Rio Convention principles and the link between science and policy. The resolutions focused on circularity, chemical management, biodiversity restoration, and SDG achievement, with UNEP taking on new responsibilities. UNEA 6 emphasized the critical role of the youth, the critical of science and multilateralism in advancing in environmental sustainability, while calling for sustained financial and greater commitments for a healthier planet. Her Excellency Nasser Al-Hasmi from Sultanate of Oman on UNEA 7 preparations highlighted the Oman's long history of environmental conservation, stating with the 1970s. Oman, having taken over the UNEA presidency from Morocco, led consultations for UNEA 7 under the theme Advancing Sustainable Solutions for a Resilient Planet. The presidency will focus on resilience, digital transformation, and AI for environmental protection. Oman will share draft resolutions and a strategy for the 2026 to the 2029 period, with a meeting scheduled for June this year in Salah, Oman, to finalize the preparations. Her Excellency Ambassador of Azerbaijan to Kenya on COP29 and UNFCCC outcomes reflected on the significant milestones achieved at COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan. And despite the time constraints, the key outcomes of COP29 mentioned included a pledge of $300 billion for climate finance and the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. The COP also focused on carbon markets with projections to reach $1 trillion by 2050, and also emphasized the Baku Adaptation Framework and the Technological Implementation Framework. Additionally, discussions on the COP Truth Initiative, gender mainstreaming and inclusivity were highlighted, with the World Urban Forum scheduled for 2026 to further deliberations on this. His Excellency, Ambassador of France to Kenya on UNOC 2025 announced that France and Costa Rica will host the 2025 UNOC from the 9th to the 13th of June. Emphasizing ocean governance, the ambassador called for collective action to address emerging challenges. The 2025 UNOC will include heads of state, coastal governments, youth, and civil society, focusing on the protection of the high seas, the ratification of the BBNG Treaty, and the implementation of the Kunming Protocol, Montreal Protocol. France also plans a mini ocean conference in Mombasa in early May 2025. Thank you.
All right, thank you very, very much, Dr. Fatima Abdallah, and thank you very much to all of you. We actually have come to the end of this program. You know, I saw someone looking at me like, okay, what are we doing next? So there's no panel, I can assure you. But just to give you a bit of a preview of what to expect tomorrow. So tomorrow we are going to start very early. So by 8:30 we should be here doing our registration. We'll have 2 panel discussions tomorrow, and then we'll have an official closing ceremony. So the first panel discussion will be on climate change. The second panel discussion will be on plastics pollution. That's focusing on INC 5. And then we will be aiming to finish by 12:30. So if you can keep time, then we will all go home pretty early and start our weekend early. Otherwise, thank you very much, and thank you for your patience, for your participation, for your interaction. And I am sure that you're going to be hearing from the Secretariat on all the wonderful presentations that have been made here, and that as there's a lady who reminded us that it is very good to say all of these things, but the difference really comes in what gets done, isn't it? Especially at a personal level and, of course, in all these spaces. So thank you very much. Have a lovely, lovely evening. I thought you would clap for me. That's important, you know. All right. Thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow.